don't even want to think about it. But just hope and pray that he chickens out or tacos out, as they say. So
yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Have a good morning.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate it. Yes, and I promise I didn't tell our filling guy a thing about you. That's a goofy talk radio thing, but it's great. I love it.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Great ride this morning as you start out on the Turnpike and the Merritt Parkway. Heated seats, if you've got them. Route 8, 25A connector, all looking good. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Clear this evening and tonight, the low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
My name is Alana. I was 6 years old, and I got diagnosed with cancer. I come to St. Jude for treatment.
After her last treatment on December the 4th, I was just kind of having a conversation with her, letting her know, Alana, you did awesome. I mean, so proud of you. Like, you fought, you accepted whatever was happening, you went with it. And her words to me were, Mommy, thank you so much for helping me get through this. She said, I could not have done this without you. This was very hard. And I couldn't even hold my tears because when I think about it, I would not have been able to get through this without St. Jude. And so once we became part of the St. Jude family, everything was okay. Thank you, St. Jude, for helping me get her through this because I wouldn't have been able to do it without them.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
We don't want you on our team. You're too slow and fat.
This is weight bias.
Don't you care how you look?
Those with the serious disease called obesity face weight bias every day.
You're not the right fit for this job.
And blame themselves.
I wish I was different.
Weight bias hurts.
Let's stop weight bias.
Be part of the solution.
Go to stopweightbias.com. A public service message from Obesity Action Coalition.
Did you know that every year, public school teachers spend nearly $500 of their own money for student supplies? At Donors Choose, we want students and teachers to have the tools they need for a great education. And now, more than ever, they need your help. Go to DonorsChoose.org and choose from teachers' requests that support reading, math, science, music, and more. Learn more at DonorsChoose.org.
Donors Choose. Support a classroom.
Build a future.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Iranians have taken to the streets after they got word the U.S. and Tehran had agreed to a temporary 2-week ceasefire. Crowds in Tehran pledging loyalty to Iran's supreme leader. Today, President Trump calls the deal a big day for world peace. Correspondent Weijia Jiang from the White House.
President Trump posted on Truth Social that because Iran has agreed to complete immediate and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, he agrees to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. The president goes on to say that this will be a double-sided ceasefire.
Financial markets are responding to the peace agreement with relief.
I'm Vicki Barker at the Foreign Desk in London. Global oil prices have fallen sharply and overseas stock markets are skyrocketing on word of the ceasefire deal. European stocks soared 4% at the open after similar gains in Asia. The price of benchmark Brent crude oil fell by about 13% to $94.80 a barrel, while U.S. traded oil was more than 15% lower at $95.75. But oil prices are still far higher than the roughly $70 a barrel price that prevailed before the conflict started.
The price of gas in the U.S. is up to an average $4.16 a gallon today. Trump-backed Republican Clay Fuller has won a runoff in Georgia for Marjorie Taylor Greene's congressional seat.
You better believe I'm going to go to Capitol Hill and be a warrior for each and every person in this room, and I'm never going to stop fighting for y'all.
Fuller beat Democrat Sean Harris by 12 percentage points. That's less than half of Greene's 2024 margin. It gives the GOP a 4-majority vote in the House, at least till the November election. The Artemis II astronauts are making their way home after making history with their loop around the far side of the moon and those stunning photos they sent back home for us to see. NASA Administrator Jason Isaacman.
They will splash down Friday evening at approximately 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time, and the recovery weather is so far looking favorable.
Her nickname, the Ketamine Queen, the woman who sold actor Matthew Perry the drugs that killed him, is set for sentencing in L.A. today. Former federal prosecutor Lori Levinson.
Prosecutors want to make an example out of her. This is a dangerous practice. And the prosecution wants to send a message that providing ketamine can lead to deaths, as it did in Matthew Perry's case and another victim as well.
Dow futures are up more than 1,100. Nas futures ahead 823. This is CBS News.
Join Adriana Diaz and Kelly O'Grady for the perfect start to your weekend. Ease into your Saturday with CBS Saturday Morning on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Stratford Mayor David Chess is proposing a new budget for the 2026-27 fiscal year. It fully funds the school district's requested 5% increase in the budget, but comes with a specific vision for the future. The mayor is challenging the district leaders to prioritize two goals: improving math scores and reestablishing magnet schools in town. Stratford hasn't had a magnet program since 2018, when Stratford Academy was dissolved to avoid laying off 59 teachers. While acting superintendent Heather Borges calls the mayor's vision beautiful, she warns that bringing back magnet programs is a complex, multi-year process involving state approval and significant staffing. For now, there is no funding in this year's budget to launch a new magnet school immediately. A holiday scheduling dispute in Bridgeport could cost the city over $600,000. The Bridgeport City Supervisors Association has filed a complaint against Mayor Ganem's administration, claiming 165 members were forced to work on days they were contractually owed off. These dates include Christmas Eve in 2024 and 25, as well as a federally declared day of mourning for the late President Jimmy Carter. Union attorney Edward Gavin argues the contract clearly grants these holidays, and he is now demanding either back pay or compensatory time off. The Connecticut Department of Labor is scheduled to hold a hearing on the matter May the 4th. A North Haven family is suing Bridgeport Hospital, alleging medical negligence led to the death of their 26-year-old son. Connor Hilton, a UConn dental student, died in August 2024 after being treated at the hospital's Milford campus. The lawsuit claims Hilton was placed in what their attorney is calling a fake ICU, alleging he was left without proper monitoring, life-saving precautions, or a doctor at his bedside. Representing the family, attorney Joel Faxon called the death an avoidable tragedy that has devastated the local dental community. Bridgeport Hospital, which is owned by Yale New Haven Health, has not yet commented on the pending litigation. Connecticut's bear population is on the move, and conflicts with humans are on the rise. According to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection's 2025 State of the Bears report, black bears are expanding their range well beyond western Connecticut. While incidents of bears breaking into homes dropped to 40 last year compared to 67 in 2024. DEEP officials investigated 3 separate bear attacks on humans in 2025. Wildlife experts say the overall rise in sightings and encounters is a sign that bears are becoming more comfortable in suburban neighborhoods across the state, and remind residents to secure trash and remove bird feeders to prevent unwanted visitors. Buses will replace weekend train service on Metro North Railroad's New Canaan branch for about 2 months starting this weekend. The state DOT says the change will affect riders every weekend through June the 7th to allow crews to install new track and perform maintenance. Normal train service will resume each Monday morning. There is one exception. The trains will run a normal schedule over the Memorial Day holiday weekend. A bright fireball streaked across the sky over New Jersey and several other surrounding states yesterday afternoon. The American Meteor Society tracks reported fireballs around the world and says witnesses from 13 of the Garden State's 21 counties saw a bright flash of lights zipping across the sky for several seconds. Aside from New Jersey, reports of the meteor also came into AMS from Connecticut. For the Voice of Connecticut, I'm Laura Feist, WICC.
Okay, Laura, thank you. Laura, this time around, brought to you by the folks at Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, your headquarters for your cooking needs and entertaining essentials. They offer expert knife sharpening. Give them a call. Check them out, 203-374-1118 or kitchen-corner.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Building volume now in Fairfield, southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike. We've got delays, too, in Trumbull, southbound on the Parkway. They're just beginning there. Still looking good. Route 8, north and southbound, no problems. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the north. Clear this evening and overnight near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
There's always a great lineup of shows coming to Ridgefield Playhouse. May 5th, it's Madeline Peru performing We Are America, songs that give us hope.
Don't wait too long.
May 16th is the Brad Meldau Trio with Felix Mosahome and Jorge Rossi. And June 12th, it's Al Di Meola, the Guitarchitect, featuring Electric Band. Madeline Peru, Brad Meldau, and Al Di Meola. 3 great shows, 1 great venue. Tickets at ridgefieldplayhouse.org.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the 2nd leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
A look at the news near your neighborhood. The Fairfield University Graduate and Professional Studies around the region. Now on Melissa in the Morning, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, it's another morning. It's a midweek Wednesday morning. Good morning. It's Paul Pacelli in for Melissa. Once again this morning on the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program, right here, WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and online, voiceofct.com. Let us take a look around the region. Police are back at the home where a 12-year-old girl was found dead. Cops were called to the home on the 18th of March for a report that Eve Rogers was unresponsive. Rogers was later pronounced dead, and her stepfather, Anthony Federline, has been charged with first-degree sexual assault and risk of injury in the case. Rogers was homeschooled and now is one of 3 severe cases regarding homeschooled children since the start of 2025 that have prompted a statewide discussion on homeschooling reforms. There was no immediate information shared from the result of a search warrant handed out on Tuesday. Firefighters say they struggled to find a working fire hydrant recently during a house fire in Waterbury. A garage fire started at the home on Bennett Avenue just after midnight earlier this week, and when the fire department got there, the house and 2 vehicles were already burning. Mayor Paul Penarevsky saying crews arrived at the scene within just 2 minutes, but could not get enough water flow from 2 hydrants on Bennett Avenue. Penarevsky says the water main was likely blocked with debris. The mayor said the city stopped pressure testing hydrants a number of years ago, but it's the city's intention now to restart that hydrant testing program, which is recommended about every 5 years. Police in Norwalk have a man in custody after serving 5 search warrants in connection with an investigation. 41-year-old Dion James of Derby taken into custody on Tuesday. An investigation started months ago after a complaint was filed against a man selling drugs out of a gray Mazda SUV. Detectives ID'd James as a suspect and developed probable cause in the case. He was taken into custody Tuesday morning. Yesterday, and officers found more than 4 grams of cocaine and over $1,000 of cash in that vehicle. A man is facing charges after allegedly pointing a BB gun at kids riding e-bikes. This all happened on Spring Street, allegedly in North Haven, where cops found 60-year-old Gaitlin Thibodeau armed with a loaded BB gun. Officers safely disarmed the man. He's now facing charges of breach of peace, illegal use of a facsimile firearm, threatening, and reckless endangerment. Still waiting on a court date here. This all happened this past Monday. Findings during a state audit at Eastern Connecticut State University has its IT department, under scrutiny. The school said it addressed the problems from the report, which was made public yesterday, Tuesday. Auditors saying they found a vendor propping doors where sensitive data was handled and not secure. They also said school officials could not provide maintenance logs or contingency plans for any data disaster recovery. The school says its IT policies continue to be updated in accordance with those findings. 14 past the hour here on your Wednesday morning. Paul and for Melissa on WICC. A man who fell to his death at Sleeping Giant State Park in Hamden, now ID'd. 23-year-old William Gatch of Statesboro, Georgia, fell from an unmarked trail at the park on Monday. He died at the scene. Investigators say it appears to be an accident. The New Haven Fire Department, under new leadership, Daniel Coughlin was officially sworn in as the chief yesterday. He joined the New Haven Fire Department in 2002 and has risen through the ranks over the past 24 years. A New York man is charged with 31 counts of voyeurism. Police in Middletown say 19-year-old Samuel Schumann allegedly recorded women in bathrooms at Wesleyan University when he was a student there. This all happening involving 19 female victims, allegedly at Nicholson Hall between September and October of 2025. A grievance being filed over the firing of the officer involved in the Stevens Jones death in the city of Hartford. Hartford Police Union filing the formal grievance against the city after Mayor Arunan Arulampalam announced the dismissal of Officer Joseph Magnano on March the 27th. The state inspector general says Jones was experiencing a mental health crisis and carrying a large knife when he was confronted by the officers. Magnano is accused of shooting Jones 9 times, resulting in his death. The case has gained attention nationally and also from civil rights advocates and activists. The Reverend Al Sharpton and attorney Ben Crump. Attorney Crump is representing the family in litigation. A Britain couple is avoiding prison time in a counterfeit luxury sales scheme. Melissa Cruz and Jose Ramirez sentenced on Monday to 1-year probation each and fines of over $10,000. They previously pleaded guilty to selling counterfeit clothes, handbags, and jewelry from 2021 to 2024. Customs and Border Protection reportedly seized 2,000 units of goods sent from Thailand, China, and Hong Kong, addressed to the couple's home in New Britain. The couple would market the items as luxury and designer products and accepted more than $4 million in payments from apps like Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo as well. And 1st District Democratic Congressman John Larson filing articles of impeachment against President Trump. Larson says he filed 13 articles of impeachment for high crimes and misdemeanors on Monday. The articles stemming from Mr. Trump's alleged abuse of military powers and circumventing Congress to start the war in Iran. Larson saying, quote, Trump has blown past every requirement to be removed from office, and it's getting worse, unquote. This move comes as Larson's reelection campaign faces at least 3 challengers in the Democratic Party. And those are your area news update stories, the regional update right here. And this is the Melissa in the Morning program right here. 618, Paula for Melissa, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Volume now, Bridgeport to Fairfield southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, and also in Trumbull southbound heading on the Merritt Parkway. Route 8, they've wrapped up the overnight work in Seymour southbound. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Clear this evening and tonight, the low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This spring, all of us at WICC are here to bring you the live and local news you need daily. Melissa in the Morning wakes you up at 5 for Connecticut news updates and exclusive interviews. The Lisa Wexler Show starts at 10, where Lisa speaks her mind and wants to hear what's on yours. The latest local news headlines continue at noon on the Download with John and Chris. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is live at 2 for the latest on your ride home. We're live and local all day, every day on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Bridgeport. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everybody this morning, huh? You all right? You doing okay? Yeah, it was a little cold again last night. How's about that? Yes. We'll check that weather forecast again coming up along with the traffic and weather together coming up right here as Paul Piorek outlines it for us. I guess another bit of a chill or a blustery day today. And then we go from there, maybe, and again, we mentioned the other day, Paul was saying maybe some temperatures tickling 80 degrees. A little tickle, a little dab will do you next week here. But if you're heading out this morning, yes, it is definitely, it's a winter coat morning or a hoodie morning, I guess you could say. All right, a lot coming up on the show today, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Apparently, from what I can see here, World War III did. I shouldn't jest about this, but apparently World War III did not start last night at 8 o'clock. In fact, just before 8. There was an announced a 2-week a 2-week ceasefire is what it says here. The U.S. and Iran saying late Tuesday, they agreed to a 2-week ceasefire in the war that includes the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Well, this is what we wanted, right? President, Mr. Trump, said Iran proposed a workable, that's his words, 10-point plan that could help end the war launched by the U.S. and Israel in February, but then he went back and said it's a fraudulent plan. Mr. Trump pulling back on his threats to launch devastating strikes to civilian targets, which many people said could possibly, depending upon how you interpret all that, constitute war crimes. He swerved to de-escalate less than 2 hours before that 8 o'clock deadline. And yeah, that's when I noticed it, around 6 o'clock or so. Now, Iran's Supreme National Security Council, this is the supreme one. There may be other councils. But Iran, I'm sorry. Just, you do what you got to do at 6:23 in the morning. Iran's Supreme National Security Council, not just their National Security Council, the supreme one, said it accepted the ceasefire and that it would negotiate with the U.S. in Pakistan, and that's supposed to start this coming Friday. So there you go. Neither Iran nor the U.S. said when the ceasefire would begin, and attacks continued in Israel and Iran across the Gulf region on Wednesday. All right? Israel backed the U.S. ceasefire with Iran, but the deal does not cover fighting against Hezbollah in Lebanon. That's according to what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on Wednesday. Okay. So Israel is still conducting strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon and on some other fronts as well. The ceasefire calls for Israel and Hezbollah to halt fighting in Lebanon. According to the Prime Minister of Pakistan, and I guess the Pakistanis are the ones we can credit for this, and to trying to cool the situation here. Now, the whole ceasefire process, and by the way, I'm reading this for you this morning, a little bit of a deeper dive into the story here from an AP story. The ceasefire process was clouded in uncertainty after Iran released different versions of the 10-point plan intended to be the basis for negotiations. The version in Farsi included the phrase, quote, acceptance of enrichment, unquote, for its nuclear program, but for reasons, it says here, that still remain rather unclear, the phrase was missing in English versions. Aha! Shared by Iranian diplomats to journalists. There's a shock, huh? So the phrase acceptance of enrichment, which means we can start up our nuclear plant again, a nuclear program again, was in, and Farsi is the language spoken in Iran and parts of the Middle East. So it was in the Farsi version and not in the English version. There's a shock. Come on. I'm sorry, no matter how you feel about this. The president initially had said Iran proposed a workable 10-point plan that could help end the war, but he later called it fraudulent without elaborating. The president saying ending Iran's nuclear program entirely was a key point of the war. So I guess not just for military purposes. You're talking here about a total nuclear program shutdown here. All right. So there you go. So I wanted to give you that a little bit in depth this morning. The bottom line is there has been no mass attack as was promised or was threatened last night, 8 o'clock Eastern time. So there you go. Just keeping you up to date on that as we move along. And trust me, anything I say in Farsi will also be in the English version of the show right here. It's Paul for Melissa. Melissa in the morning, right here, 626 traffic and weather together on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Got a two-car crash on the Parkway southbound in Fairfield, entering the no-exit zone. So it's pretty heavy now as you come past the Fairfield rest area on the way to the old exit 47 southbound on the Parkway. The right lane is blocked because of that crash. Southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, stop and go Bridgeport, heading into Southport. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the north. Clear this evening and overnight near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
There are a lot of misconceptions about dental work, so I wanted to go to the dentist who corrected my smile and someone I trust. Dr. Philip DeJesus of DeJesus Dental Group with some rapid fire questions. You ready, Dr. D?
Super fast. Yes.
We have
go.
to. You know what? Fast news. We got to keep going. So here we go. Waxed floss or unwaxed floss?
Waxed. It's easier, gets it done.
Manual toothbrush or electric?
Electric. Not even close.
Charcoal toothpaste, trendy or trash?
Too abrasive. Skip it.
Oil pulling, does it work?
That's still a thing? I wouldn't.
Okay. Fluoride in your toothpaste, is that a yes or a no?
Absolutely yes. Proven science.
Dentist every 6 months, is that outdated or still essential?
Essential. Prevention saves money. And for anyone listening, we're offering $750 off any orthodontic care. All you have to do is mention Melissa's name.
Well, thanks. That's so nice. And of course, if you want more information and to book that appointment, make sure you go to JesusDental.com.
Need metal? Metal Supermarket's got metal. Big or small. No minimum order. Cut and ready fast while you wait or call for delivery. Check out the new store in Bridgeport today at 1085 Connecticut Avenue, where we cut, bend, and shape any size of metal with no minimum order.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-730-7788. 800-730-7788. Again, that's 800-730-7788.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. World leaders are hailing a 2-week ceasefire agreement between the U.S. and Iran. President Trump calls it a big day for world peace. CBS's Imtiaz Tayab from Doha.
It all revolves around the Strait of Hormuz, and it seems like the strait should be open, but we'll have to see if that holds and whether these talks can actually bear fruit and we see an end to this now 6-week war.
Oil prices have plunged below $100. Israel says the fight in Lebanon will go on. Trump-backed Republican Clay Fuller has won a runoff for Marjorie Taylor Greene's congressional seat in Georgia.
You better believe I'm going to go to Capitol Hill and be a warrior for each and every person in this room, and I'm never going to stop fighting for y'all.
Artemis II astronauts on their way home after snapping awe-inspiring photos of the dark side of the moon. Jesse Mitchell.
One named Earthset, depicting the globe dipping behind the moon, and another showing the sun's rays beaming from behind the moon.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Stratford Mayor David Chess is proposing a new budget for the 2026-27 fiscal year. It fully funds the school district's requested 5% increase in the budget, but comes with a specific vision for the future. The mayor is challenging the district leaders to prioritize 2 goals: improving math scores and reestablishing magnet schools in town. Stratford hasn't had a magnet program since 2018, when Stratford Academy was dissolved to avoid laying off 59 teachers. While acting superintendent Heather Borges calls the mayor's vision beautiful, she warns that bringing back magnet programs is a complex, multi-year process involving state approval and significant staffing. For now, there is no funding in this year's budget to launch a new magnet school immediately. A holiday scheduling dispute in Bridgeport could cost the city over $600,000. The Bridgeport City Supervisors Association has filed a complaint against Mayor Ganem's administration, claiming 165 members were forced to work on days they were contractually owed off. These dates include Christmas Eve in 2024 and 25, as well as a federally declared day of mourning for the late President Jimmy Carter. Union attorney Edward Gavin argues the contract clearly grants these holidays, and he is now demanding either back pay or compensatory time off. The Connecticut Department of Labor is scheduled to hold a hearing on the matter May the 4th. A North Haven family is suing Bridgeport Hospital, alleging medical negligence led to the death of their 26-year-old son. Connor Hilton, a UConn dental student, died in August 2024 after being treated at the hospital's Milford campus. The lawsuit claims Hilton was placed in what their attorney is calling a fake ICU, alleging he was left without proper monitoring, life-saving precautions, or a doctor at his bedside. Representing the family, attorney Joel Faxon called the death an avoidable tragedy that has devastated the local dental community. Bridgeport Hospital, which is owned by Yale New Haven Health, has not yet commented on the pending litigation. Connecticut's bear population is on the move, and conflicts with humans are on the rise. According to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection's 2025 State of the Bears report, black bears are expanding their range well beyond western Connecticut. While incidents of bears breaking into homes dropped to 40 last year compared to 67 in 2024. DEEP officials investigated 3 separate bear attacks on humans in 2025. Wildlife experts say the overall rise in sightings and encounters is a sign that bears are becoming more comfortable in suburban neighborhoods across the state, and remind residents to secure trash and remove bird feeders to prevent unwanted visitors. Buses will replace weekend train service on Metro North Railroad's New Canaan branch for about 2 months starting this weekend. The state DOT says the change will affect riders every weekend through June the 7th to allow crews to install new track and perform maintenance. Normal train service will resume each Monday morning. There is one exception. The trains will run a normal schedule over the Memorial Day holiday weekend. A bright fireball streaked across the sky over New Jersey and several other surrounding states yesterday afternoon. The American Meteor Society tracks reported fireballs around the world and says witnesses from 13 of the Garden State's 21 counties saw a bright flash of lights zipping across the sky for several seconds. Aside from New Jersey, reports of the meteor also came into AMS from Connecticut. For the Voice of Connecticut, I'm Laura Feist, WICC.
Thank you, Laura. We've got a couple of recalls to tell you about, but first we will let you know that Laura's update on news was sponsored by the folks at the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Got to be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 789-7777. That's 888-789-7777 for problem gambling, or visit ccpg.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays in Bridgeport, southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, 26 right into the Fairfield Rest area, and then approaching exit 18 at Westport. Still working on clearing a two-car crash southbound. This is on the Parkway, approaching Park Avenue exit, and that is causing a backup from Trumbull down. Right lane is out because of that two-car crash. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Clear this evening and tonight, the low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Is your DIY security not giving you the security you need? For the next level of security, call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting. PPC can use your existing system or install a new system. Floodlights, cameras, and security devices working in concert. All from one simple app for smart home and business security tailored to your needs and lifestyle. Get a complimentary assessment. Go to ppcalarms.com. Book your complimentary assessment. ppcalarms.com. They get 5-star reviews for a reason.
Experience unparalleled customer satisfaction at Sono Collision, where our excellence in service meets top-notch repair to restore your beloved vehicles. When you choose us, you're choosing supreme expertise that ensures flawless results. Be it minor dent or major damage, our skilled team breathes life back into your car. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Hey, it's Melissa for Stanford Health. Did you know that world-class cancer care is available right here in Fairfield County? That's because Stanford Health, recognized for expertise, leadership, and innovation in person-centered care, has joined forces with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. When it comes to cancer treatment, you and those who matter to you deserve expert, compassionate care close to home. Stanford Health and Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center. Here for you where it matters most.
If it's happening in Sono, Rowayton, or anywhere in Norwalk, it's on Melissa in the Morning. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everyone? 638, 639. We'll make it 21 in front of 7 o'clock. 203-333, 9422-333. WICC. You can let me know what you're thinking, whether you want to come on the air, send me a message. That is fine and nifty. Couple of recalls to tell you about from two vastly different, how should we say this? Vastly different areas of the product spectrum. Ford Motor Company, if you're a Ford owner, listen up. They're recalling over 400,000 vehicles, according to the AP, because this doesn't sound good. Well, I'm no high-tech auto service person, but the windshield wiper arms can break. Yeah, that's probably when you're using the windshield wiper, either snow and ice or rain. I'm guessing, well, you don't want those suckers to break. It says here that can cause reduced visibility, increasing the risk of a crash. I would think so. If you're using those suckers, or if you do the variable wiper, you know, and the wiper arms break, not good. The recall, now you're probably saying, all right, Paul, enough of the funny stuff. What are the vehicles here? I'll tell you. The recall covers a total of 422,613 vehicles. They include the 2021 to 2023 Ford Expedition SUVs, Lincoln Navigators, too. It's basically the same vehicle with a different branding on it, and a range of F-Series Super Duty trucks, model years 2022 to 2023. So there are various models there. So be on the lookout for that. But you may want to check, you can go online. I forget the exact site. They all have them, all the car manufacturers. Just to make sure, if you say, hey, wait a minute, Paul, what was that again? And I tell you 2021 to 2023 Ford Expeditions and Lincoln Navigators and some F-Series Super Duties 2022 to 2023. You can say, well, I think my vehicles fall in that area. Either contact the dealer or go to an online tool and put in your VIN number. Do that. All right. So that's one end of the spectrum for a recall. And then you have this, which is kind of interesting here, but apparently there's some real health risks here. A recall has been issued. This story from the AP, from the Gray News Service. A recall issued for chocolates containing potentially life-threatening amounts of Viagra. Yes. I guess these are what you would term novelty chocolates intended to spice up an evening with you and that significant other, however you tend to do that. Consenting adults, have a blast. A company that sells adult novelty products has voluntarily recalled 2 chocolate items. The FDA announcing the recall, saying the Gear Isle chocolates, Gearisle, Gear Isle chocolates in question were found to contain potentially, I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh here, but life-threatening amounts of prescription drug ingredients, sildenafil and tadalafil, commonly known to use to treat male dysfunction, shall we say. So I guess you can buy these chocolates, and they're loaded with Viagra. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing. You see, this is what happens when you don't go to a doctor. Swallow your pride, kids. No pun intended. And go. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, by the way, we're just gonna make chocolates and put Viagra in them. No, that's not a real smart thing. According to the recall, the use of the products may pose a threat to consumers because the active ingredients may interact with nitrates found in some prescription drugs like nitroglycerin, if you have a heart condition there, and could cause a significant drop in blood pressure, which may be life-threatening. And we all seriously remember years of what Viagra came out, 20, 30 years ago? It primarily was a, let's just say it wasn't intended for what it's now marketed for. I think it had something to do with hair loss and blood pressure as well. So if you bought any, I'm looking at the package right here. If you bought any fantasy aphrodisiac chocolates, don't use them. If you need any medical help, the best thing to do, look, I'm no doctor, and I don't play one on TV, but I will tell you, go see your local medical specialist, and they'll do all the testing, and then you could sit there during every Sunday or Saturday or Thursday or Friday NFL game when the commercials come on and say, yeah, see, I use that. Come on, you're laughing. I know, it's 6:45 in the morning. You have to laugh at something. Life-threatening amounts of Viagra. That's got to be a little, oof. Oofa, as Mom used to say. So we go from pickup trucks. This is your Wednesday morning here in the midweek. Pickup trucks and big SUVs, big luxury SUVs that have windshield wiper arms that can break, and we segue over to Viagra stuffed chocolates. Only right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Slow going on the Parkway southbound Trumbull to Fairfield, right around Park Avenue. Old exit 47, we have a two-car crash that has got the right lane blocked on the Parkway southbound. Further south are actually speed limit. A slow ride this morning from Bridgeport to Southport on the Connecticut Turnpike, sponsored by R.D. Cinto. If you move your office to an R.D. Cinto property, you could be in the health club right now. Learn more at Cinto.com. You deserve it. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
All right, there's the traffic part of the traffic and weather together equation. And now Paul Piorik joins us to give us a look at the next few days, maybe into the weekend. Paul, good morning. Once again, not quite as bad as yesterday, but still a little chilly this morning.
Oh, you are right. We have a veritable nip in the air early this morning with readings in the 20s inland and 30 right along the water. So I hope you have your jacket.
Yes. Yeah. No, we went with yesterday I went with, all right, let's just, it's not going to. No, actually, you know what? I wore my jacket both days. Yesterday, I didn't tell you this. Yesterday, and I don't know why I did this. I walked out of the condo in shorts.
Oh, no. Oh, no. You felt it, I'm sure.
Well, I did rather quickly, yes. I said, all right.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, we got in the car and we put the heater on high, and after about 5 minutes, everything was fine. Yeah. No shorts this morning. We are in a nice cotton sweatpants this morning, so everything is good, yes.
I've got a challenge for you.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
From now through sunset.
Okay.
I want you to try to find one cloud.
It's going to be that clear, huh?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
You will not find one. I guarantee it.
All right. So folks, you hear that? Mr. Piorik says conditions are what they are. There will not be, as they say, a cloud in the sky. All right.
Now, obviously, if you're listening on the World Wide Web in Houston, that may be a different story.
Somebody's listening to us,
I'm sure.
in Denmark somewhere going, what do you say? I got the clouds now. Who is this?
The clouds and the rain.
All right, I'm glad. I'm glad you put that. And you know what? Seriously, Paul, on a day like that today, you know what? You still, especially if you're driving with the sunlight, you got to put on a little sunscreen too.
Oh, sure.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
And you're right, Paul. The sun's angle is getting higher in the sky right now, so you're right. Apply that sunscreen, right?
All right, sir. What do we have for the next few days?
All right, we've got some good weather on the way, albeit chilly early this morning. Right down in Bridgeport, we're just about 30. Cooler inland. We have a dew point of 15. Our wind is light out of the north, and our barometer way, way up there, 30.57, and that means it will be clear through the afternoon. We've got a sunny day with a high in the upper 40s later this afternoon. The breeze light out of the north. Clear overnight with a low near 30. Tomorrow we'll see a lot of the sun again with a high in the low 50s. Friday, sunny with a high 60. Saturday, fair with a high right around 60. And Sunday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. So good weather through the weekend. Right now, though, it is cold. We have readings inland 20s, 30 by the water. We'll be in the upper 40s later this afternoon. Not a cloud in the sky. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorik on WICC.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? the voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the Morning.
All good in the hood here on the Melissa in the Morning program at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Hope you and yours, whatever yours may be, people or, various, various bodily systems. I hope they're all functioning here. So again, Paul's saying a nice few days here, and you heard it. Mr. Peoria gave us a challenge today. He said it will be a cloudless sky. Well, how does that happen? Well, it has to do with temperature and barometric pressure, but mostly it has to do with humidity in the air, moisture, and that's what clouds are. Clouds are a gathering of moisture. Sometimes they're ice pellets. Sometimes they're different things up in different parts of the atmosphere, but you're seeing a usually cooled under some sort of pressure of a collection of moisture there. I got to tell you, and I know this might upset people, there was a point, and during some real cold periods during this past winter, on one of the 3 days where it didn't snow. No, but seriously, I don't. And Paul's assertion about the clouds and a cloudless sky, and how often that does or does not happen, it reminded me of stuff I was seeing on, and this is it, social media, and like groups around Connecticut that would see contrails from jet engines, which, of course, are very powerful, and that whole mixing process that goes on in the engines with the fuel and whatever spark they use to ignite that, and the high pressure and the exhaust gases. And yes, jet engines put out a tremendous hundreds of thousands of pounds of thrust to get us to where we're going. And depending upon the weather conditions, the temperatures, the amount of moisture in the air, the barometric pressure, especially at higher altitudes where there's lower pressure and colder temperatures, you get contrails. All right? You get contrails. I cannot tell you, and I don't know whether this was trolling people or just trying to be funny, or I think tragically, though, a lot of people believe this, that, on a perfectly clear day, when the conditions are clear, dry, and cold, up in the, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30,000 foot altitudes of where modern jet engines, perform, do their duties and function. People are like, oh, that's, I swear, folks, people are like, well, that's the government. They're dumping chemicals in our air. No, it's not the government. It's not. It's Southwest Airlines. It's Delta. It's United. It's Air France. It's Aer Lingus. It's Alitalia. Jeez, God. I'm sorry. And I'm trying to tell people, and thankfully I was not the only person on some of these social media boards saying, no. What you're seeing is a result of certain levels of barometric pressure, mostly temperature, the amount of exhaust. No, nobody is trying to control the weather over Connecticut. All right? You know why? There's no need to. I mean, do you think some sinister government wakes up in the morning and says, we need to do? We need to seed the clouds above Shelton and Milford, Connecticut, and Bridgeport. Yes. It's not. That's not happening. So you may see that today because of the conditions and, the way, I don't know if there's no clouds, would there be no contrails today, whatever. Okay? What? Seriously, whatever. Oh, Paul just reminded me of that, though, when he mentioned that. No. Now, has the government all governments have weather control? Yeah, maybe. But understand that when you see stuff coming out of the back of a plane on usually a clear, kind of cold day, there's no cloud seeding going on. And as Paul said, it is illustrated. The cloud cover or the number of clouds or the density of said clouds, or whether they're, stratus, nimbostratus, cumulus, whatever. It's just Mother Nature. That's all. It's not the dark government saying, we must make it rain over Ansonia today. No. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays southbound Connecticut Turnpike between Bridgeport and Westport, Sherwood Island. Slow go Trumbull to Fairfield now on the Parkway southbound, clearing an earlier two-car crash right as you enter the no-exit zone, exit 29 Park Avenue. Right lane is blocked because of that, and starting to see a little bit of volume, too, right near Route 7 in Norwalk, southbound on the Parkway. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the north. Clear this evening and overnight near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The winter may be behind us, but did you see that windstorm earlier in March and how many branches and tree limbs came down? I know I saw it in my neighborhood here in Milford. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here. And it's another reminder that we live in New England and storms happen all throughout the year. And I don't want you to have property damage. That's why I want you to check out my friends at K&J Tree Service. I am a proud customer of K&J, and boy, did I have a great experience. Check out KJTreeService.com for more information and to book that free tree risk assessment.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridge Light Financial's Taxes in Retirement event, April 21st and 23rd at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, President of Bridge Light Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
At Donors Choose, we want students and teachers to have the tools they need for a great education. And now, more than ever, they need your support. Learn more at donorschoose.org.
Donors Choose. Support a classroom. Build a future.
WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
Deborah Rodriguez, Iranians are showing their support for the Ayatollah Mustafa Khamenei today. Crowds have turned out in the streets of Tehran after President Trump announced the two sides had agreed to pause fighting for 2 weeks and Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. CBS's Eleanor Watson.
Delaying the type of strikes that he was threatening is certainly welcome news to Iranian civilians and to other countries in the Gulf who would have probably been the target of Iranian retaliation.
Vice President Vance has weighed in from Hungary today with advice for Tehran.
If they're going to lie, if they're going to cheat, if they're going to try to prevent even the fragile truce that we've set up from taking place, then they're not going to be happy.
He warns President Trump is not one to mess around. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel's fight in southern Lebanon will go on. The BBC's Daniel DeSimone from Jerusalem.
Mr. Netanyahu's office has said the ceasefire does not include Lebanon, and the Israeli military has continued carrying out airstrikes and ground operations.
Voters in Georgia have chosen to replace Marjorie Taylor Greene with a prosecutor endorsed by the president. Republican Clay Fuller has beaten Democrat Sean Harris in a runoff for Greene's congressional seat. Here's Fuller.
The Democrat Party poured millions of dollars into this campaign, poured lies into this campaign, but they can't beat Donald Trump, and they never will.
Two young men who allegedly ignited homemade bombs near New York's Gracie Mansion have been formally charged.
The 8-count indictment released last night charges 19-year-old Ibrahim Qayyumi and 18-year-old Amir Balat with conspiring to use a weapon of mass destruction and providing material support to ISIS. Prosecutors say the pair had hoped their bomb would kill 60 people during an anti-Muslim demonstration outside the mayor's residence last month. One of the suspects was allegedly recorded on a dash cam video saying he wanted to start terror and petrify people. Their bombs did not go off. No one was injured. Michael Wallace, CBS News, New York.
An American car maker is reportedly looking for relief from a taxing situation, but so far, no go. Here's WWJ's Jeff Gilbert from Detroit.
Ford has had to temporarily import a lot of aluminum due to a fire at a domestic supplier. The Wall Street Journal says its requests for temporary relief have fallen on deaf ears. Ford uses far more aluminum than other car makers. The supplier fire has already cost it $2 billion.
National average for a gallon of gas today, $4.16. Dow futures up more than 1,200. This is CBS News.
Go to the ends of the earth, half a world away. Reach for the stars.
If I take time to think, they might go get Brad.
On CBS, Sunday morning.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Stratford Mayor David Chess is proposing a new budget for the 2026-27 fiscal year. It fully funds the school district's requested 5% increase in the budget, but comes with a specific vision for the future. The mayor is challenging the district leaders to prioritize two goals: improving math scores and reestablishing magnet schools in town. Stratford hasn't had a magnet program since 2018, when Stratford Academy was dissolved to avoid laying off 59 teachers. While acting superintendent Heather Borges calls the mayor's vision beautiful, she warns that bringing back magnet programs is a complex, multi-year process involving state approval and significant staffing. For now, there is no funding in this year's budget to launch a new magnet school immediately. A holiday scheduling dispute in Bridgeport could cost the city over $600,000. The Bridgeport City Supervisors Association has filed a complaint against Mayor Ganem's administration, claiming 165 members were forced to work on days they were contractually owed off. These dates include Christmas Eve in 2024 and 25, as well as a federally declared day of mourning for the late President Jimmy Carter. Union attorney Edward Gavin argues the contract clearly grants these holidays, and he is now demanding either back pay or compensatory time off. The Connecticut Department of Labor is scheduled to hold a hearing on the matter May the 4th. A North Haven family is suing Bridgeport Hospital, alleging medical negligence led to the death of their 26-year-old son. Connor Hilton, a UConn dental student, died in August 2024 after being treated at the hospital's Milford campus. The lawsuit claims Hilton was placed in what their attorney is calling a fake ICU, alleging he was left without proper monitoring, life-saving precautions, or a doctor at his bedside. Representing the family, attorney Joel Faxon called the death an avoidable tragedy that has devastated the local dental community. Bridgeport Hospital, which is owned by Yale New Haven Health, has not yet commented on the pending litigation. Connecticut's bear population is on the move, and conflicts with humans are on the rise. According to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection's 2025 State of the Bears report, black bears are expanding their range well beyond western Connecticut. While incidents of bears breaking into homes dropped to 40 last year compared to 67 in 2024. DEEP officials investigated 3 separate bear attacks on humans in 2025. Wildlife experts say the overall rise in sightings and encounters is a sign that bears are becoming more comfortable in suburban neighborhoods across the state, and remind residents to secure trash and remove bird feeders to prevent unwanted visitors. Buses will replace weekend train service on Metro North Railroad's New Canaan branch for about 2 months starting this weekend. The state DOT says the change will affect riders every weekend through June the 7th to allow crews to install new track and perform maintenance. Normal train service will resume each Monday morning. There is one exception. The trains will run a normal schedule over the Memorial Day holiday weekend. A bright fireball streaked across the sky over New Jersey and several other surrounding states yesterday afternoon. The American Meteor Society tracks reported fireballs around the world and says witnesses from 13 of the Garden State's 21 counties saw a bright flash of lights zipping across the sky for several seconds. Aside from New Jersey, reports of the meteor also came into AMS from Connecticut. For the Voice of Connecticut, I'm Laura Feist, WICC.
All right, thank you, Laura. Laura, brought to you by M.J. Thomas Jewelers. Hey, you looking to buy or sell gold? Visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. More info, check them out, mjthomas.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays continue southbound on the Parkway from Trumbull to the Park Avenue exit. That is because of a 2-car crash. Right lane is blocked through there. That's just as you enter the no exit zone. And then southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, stop and go between Fairfield and Westport's 18, and a slow go now too as you approach 25A connector and the end of it on the way to the 95 merge. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the north. Clear this evening and overnight near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Come see and hear Horizons of the Water. It's the Greater Bridgeport Symphony conducted by Maestro Eduardo Leandro on Saturday, April 11th, 7:30 p.m. at the Klein in Bridgeport. Tchaikovsky's Fifth Symphony is a deluge of sound. Cruise the River Moldau and experience Akio's Percussion Concerto. Tickets $21 to $72. Get tickets now at gbs.org. Kids under 19 are free. Call 203-576-0263 for this special offer. That's gbs.org.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is where Oxford starts the day. Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey there, good morning, 7:10, almost 7:11. Paul and for Melissa this morning right here at WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, or online, voiceofct.com. And Mr. Announcer Guy there mentioned the wonderful town of Oxford there. Good morning, Oxford, and the surrounding areas there, up and down Route 34. Now, if you are heading to a gas station to put gas in your car, stopping for petrol, chances are you're paying right around, according to the AAA screen I'm looking at here, right around, and again, each individual station at the retail level sets its own price. Right around $4.11 a gallon for gasoline in the state. It's $4.10.8 in Connecticut today. That's a shade below the national average of $4.16.4. Now, is that going to come down a little bit, that we have this 2-week timeout that was announced by the White House around, 6 or 7 o'clock yesterday? The president saying, I guess with the assistance of Pakistan, they're going to come up with a 10-point peace plan for Iran. And in exchange, Iran, if they sign off on it, and they agree to stop, I guess, for the most part, their nuclear enrichment, they will let everybody just make their merry way through the Straits of Hormuz. And you know what? The Strait of Hormuz, it's not completely shut off. They are threatening, or they are going after certain U.S. and Israeli ships there, I guess, that are carrying oil, which is why part 2 of the conundrum that we've been looking at for you every morning here, when I'm here, and in the afternoon as well. Part 2 of this whole mess here, along with the gasoline prices, are the oil prices. Now, crude oil futures. What did I say yet? We were talking about this yesterday, and I was watching these numbers spin like an old-style slot machine when they still had the wheels. You know? And yesterday we were looking at, in fact, the high yesterday was something about 110 or 111 bucks. You know what it is today? $72. Crude oil futures. And again, what's the number? 75. So we've actually dropped now to around the safety mark for now. Oil's down about 5% today overall since the opening. So there you go. All right. So everybody is we've taken it. We are taking a breath, at least for this part of it. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. However, one of our congressional representatives from Connecticut, one of our 5 House members, wants to impeach the president again. Congressman John Larson, who, again, let's keep in mind here, is running for re-election in the 1st District. Congressman John Larson announcing Tuesday he's introduced articles of impeachment against President Trump, following stuff that the president had said to, quote, end a whole civilization, unquote, if Iran does not comply with the deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. John Larson filing 13 articles of impeachment against Mr. Trump for high crimes and misdemeanors on Monday. Filing them on Monday, not that the high crimes and misdemeanors happened on Monday. This is the peril of having your modifier in the wrong part of a sentence. He accused, Congressman Larson he's accusing the president of, among other things, circumventing Congress's war powers regarding multiple military actions, the, quote, militarization of domestic law enforcement, unquote, regarding National Guard deployments, and his administration's use of detention and deportations of citizens and immigrants. All right, so that's got no chance. I mean, just from a procedural point of view, by the way the numbers are, just the way, I mean, philosophically, you could argue this all day till the cows come home. Again, I always wonder, where do the cows go? We always hear about the cars, the cows coming home. Coming home from where? An adult club? Are they hanging out by the lake? I don't know. But till the cows come home, you can discuss the efficacy of what Mr. Larson wants to do. Understand, though, Mr. Larson is having to fight off 3 challengers, at least, in the 1st Congressional District here in the state, Greater Hartford. John Larson has had that seat since the Lincoln administration, and now he is fighting off a 3-pronged attack, if you will, from former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin, prominent local attorney Ruth Fortune, and Democratic State Rep Jillian Gilchrist. So interesting times we are in. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
That earlier 2-car crash on the Parkway southbound has been cleared. So we still have some residual delays coming out of Trumbull heading into Fairfield. Stop and go on the Connecticut Turnpike now between Bridgeport's 27A, right in through Westport's Saugatuck 17, and into Norwalk. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning. You'll certainly need your jacket heading out the door early this morning. We have readings just about 30 by the water in Bridgeport, cooler inland, and there will be a nip in the air through the morning. But the good news, a good deal of sun wall to wall through the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s by later this afternoon. Right now at Bridgeport, we're at 30, our dew point down to 15. We have a light wind out of the north, and our barometer is way, way up there, 30.6. So it is really high. That means the air is heavy and dry. It will be a sunny day with a high in the upper 40s, clear overnight with a low near 30. Tomorrow, more sun with a high in the low 50s. Friday, sunny and milder with a high 60. Saturday, sunny with a high 60, and Sunday, sunny in the upper 50s during the afternoon. Right now, we're at 30 in Bridgeport, cooler inland, a nip in the air this morning. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us, voiceofct.com. We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Southern Connecticut. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Another recall to tell you about here. So we had the recall of about 400,000 Ford vehicles, mainly Expeditions and Lincoln Navigators and some F-Series heavy-duty trucks for wiper arms that could break. That's not good, especially when you're using the wipers. So we have that. We have the recall of the aphrodisiac chocolates that apparently have so much Viagra in them they can kill you. Boy, that'll kill the mood, huh, honey? 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 And I'm sorry. What can I tell you, folks? This is how I look at stuff. Now there is according to Jaden Gwynn's story in the Hearst Media Publications, the Connecticut Post, jasmine white rice. So we go from wiper arms to aphrodisiac chocolates to now white rice. Jasmine white rice sold at Wegmans recalled due to a foreign material found in the products. So if you go to Wegmans, if you and I don't, I know people that have and they love it. So whatever, good luck on them. If you go to Wegmans and you bought jasmine white rice, you may want to. Well, number one, don't eat it. Number two, you take it back if you can. But I have a question. What's the third alternative here? Organic jasmine white rice sold at Wegmans. It was posted on the Wegmans website on Saturday. Lundberg organic jasmine white rice in 2-pound bags. Got that? Lundberg organic jasmine white rice sold in 2-pound bags, being recalled or recall. Is it a recall or recall? I don't know. Tomato, neither. Let's call the whole thing off. Being recalled due to possible, here's what the company says, due to the, quote, possible presence of foreign material, unquote. The affected products have the, man, this is a long UPC code. It's not going to make any sense for me to read it. The lots are from February 1st and February 2nd. You can get a full refund. Call Wegmans if you have a question here. But again, this is Lundberg Organic Jasmine White Rice. So they say, hey, we're recalling it. Don't eat it. What if you ate it already? Now, maybe this version of the story doesn't have what exactly the foreign material is. Honey, do you want risotto, spicy rice, or foreign material rice tonight, sweetie? I don't know, honey. Do what you want. Oh, man. All right, but on a serious note, jasmine white rice sold at Wegmans. Check it out. If you have any, it's in apparently the 2-pound bags. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And I guess this is what happens when, you find something on the assembly line, a customer returns one, then they say, hey, we better, it's going to cost us money, but we better return the whole lot. I am going back to the recall of Ford here with the wiper arms that could break. Imagine that. Imagine the size of these recalls. And it's not just the Ford one we're talking about today, but the recalls that sometimes you have to bring your vehicle to a dealership, here in Fairfield County or in New Haven County. A lot of the dealerships up and down Route 1 from lower Fairfield County into upper Fairfield County, Milford, Bridgeport, right into New Haven. And you say to yourself, you see these dealerships and, you see that, and I know spreading it out nationwide eases the strain. But as an example with these wiper arm problems, that's what? It's 440,000 vehicles, almost 500,000 vehicles. And that's one recall. And think about what that does. Now, the dealerships, they get compensated for it. Of course, you don't pay for a factory defect or a recall. So the dealerships can handle it. No, don't cry for them. But what it does make difficult for the dealerships is, what does that do to their service schedule? Right? But again, I guess I've been told by car dealers over the years, there's compensation for that. They have procedures there. Because again, when you're building, think about the number of new vehicles sold in this country every year, and how many of the old ones have to be scrapped, and the whole number is mind-boggling. In fact, let's do a little, I like to do this on the afternoon show, by the way, Monday through Friday, 2 to 6. But we're going to do a little live research here on the Melissa in the Morning program, Paul filling in here. So I have my browser open. What do you think the number? I like to play these games. What do you think, while I type it in here and figure it out, how many new vehicles do you think are sold in the U.S. every year? Right? What do you think? What do you think? 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. It is a staggering number. New vehicles. I'll give it to you right now. You don't even have to talk. Because you don't have to call. Because if you call, it's just going to, whatever. I have no prizes. They don't let me into the prize closet, so you can't win anything. Last year, you know how many new vehicles were sold in the U.S. on the roads, off the lot? 16.1 to 16.3 million. That I would have thought 4-5 million. So let's go further here. See, now I'm on a roll. Now let's break out the old calculator. I know we have traffic and weather together. Stand by. They're waving at me over at the news department. I get it. So 16,100,000 vehicles, right? And let's say that, there's 20 business days in a month, 20, 12, 2, 4. So divided by 240, am I doing this right? Yeah, because we're not counting the weekends. So that means every day across the U.S., about 68,000 new vehicles hit the roads. And what happens to the old ones? See, this is where my mind goes. I can't help it. I've tried. Different medications, different TV dinners, nothing works. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
It's delayed southbound. That's the Turnpike. Bridgeport heading in through Fairfield, Westport. Now Norwalk 16 to 14. Stop and go volume from Trumbull to Fairfield on the Merritt Parkway southbound. Earlier crash in Fairfield has been cleared. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Clear this evening and tonight, the low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ned Lamont and the Hartford Clowns have a problem telling the truth. Here's Ned.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
Talk is cheap, Ned, but you know what's not? Our electric bills. Aaron Stewart is the no BS candidate for governor. Aaron knows that 1, Connecticut exports a third of the energy we generate while we pay the highest prices in New England. That's BS. 2, the Hartford Clowns put a hidden tax on your bill. The public benefits charge. Complete BS. And 3, Ned wants electric leaf blowers instead of gas, so he's importing hydropower from Canada. Really? Canada? Total BS.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive.
I'm Aaron Stewart. I'm running for governor because it's time for something different, like cutting the BS. Only Hartford would ship out the energy we make and ship in expensive Canadian energy. Join me at Aaron4CT.com. I approve this message.
Paid for by Aaron for Connecticut, Valerie Marino, Treasurer.
Connecticut's favorite obstacle run, the Gaylord Gauntlet 5K, is back Saturday, June 13th in Wallingford. Run, crawl, climb, splash, balance, and swing through 24 insane obstacles, including mud, fire, zip lines, even a massive water slide. Every registration supports Connecticut's largest adaptive sports program, the Gaylord Sports Association, which provides adaptive sports, recreation, and fitness opportunities for people with permanent physical or visual impairments. GaylordGauntlet.org.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now you can get 0 interest, 0 payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
You can travel the country visiting colleges, or you can attend the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair. The largest college and career fair in Connecticut is Wednesday, April 22nd at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. What's your next step after high school? Attend the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair on April 22nd. It's free and open to all high school students and families. Presented by Chesla, Bigelow Tea, and Connoisseur Media. ctcollegefair.com.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code ACTIVE for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ACTIVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's ACTIVE.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. World leaders are hailing a 2-week ceasefire agreement between the U.S. and Iran. President Trump calls it a big day for world peace. CBS's Imtiaz Tayab from Doha.
It all revolves around the Strait of Hormuz, and it seems like the strait should be open, but we'll have to see if that holds and whether these talks can actually bear fruit and we see an end to this now 6-week war.
Oil prices have plunged below $100. Israel says the fight in Lebanon will go on. Trump-backed Republican Clay Fuller has won a runoff for Marjorie Taylor Greene's congressional seat in Georgia.
You better believe I'm going to go to Capitol Hill and be a warrior for each and every person in this room, and I'm never going to stop fighting for y'all.
Artemis II astronauts on their way home after snapping awe-inspiring photos of the dark side of the moon. Jesse Mitchell.
One named Earthset, depicting the globe dipping behind the moon, and another showing the sun's rays beaming from behind the moon.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Stratford Mayor David Chess is proposing a new budget for the 2026-27 fiscal year. It fully funds the school district's requested 5% increase in the budget, but comes with a specific vision for the future. The mayor is challenging the district leaders to prioritize 2 goals: improving math scores and reestablishing magnet schools in town. Stratford hasn't had a magnet program since 2018, when Stratford Academy was dissolved to avoid laying off 59 teachers. While acting superintendent Heather Borges calls the mayor's vision beautiful, she warns that bringing back magnet programs is a complex, multi-year process involving state approval and significant staffing. For now, there is no funding in this year's budget to launch a new magnet school immediately. A holiday scheduling dispute in Bridgeport could cost the city over $600,000. The Bridgeport City Supervisors Association has filed a complaint against Mayor Ghanem's administration, claiming 165 members were forced to work on days they were contractually owed off. These dates include Christmas Eve in 2024 and 25, as well as a federally declared day of mourning for the late President Jimmy Carter. Union attorney Edward Gavin argues the contract clearly grants these holidays, and he is now demanding either back pay or compensatory time off. The Connecticut Department of Labor is scheduled to hold a hearing on the matter May the 4th. A North Haven family is suing Bridgeport Hospital, alleging medical negligence led to the death of their 26-year-old son. Connor Hilton, a UConn dental student, died in August 2024 after being treated at the hospital's Milford campus. The lawsuit claims Hilton was placed in what their attorney is calling a fake ICU, alleging he was left without proper monitoring, life-saving precautions, or a doctor at his bedside. Representing the family, attorney Joel Faxon called the death an avoidable tragedy that has devastated the local dental community. Bridgeport Hospital, which is owned by Yale New Haven Health, has not yet commented on the pending litigation. Connecticut's bear population is on the move, and conflicts with Humans are on the rise. According to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection's 2025 State of the Bears report, black bears are expanding their range well beyond western Connecticut. While incidents of bears breaking into homes dropped to 40 last year compared to 67 in 2024, DEEP officials investigated 3 separate bear attacks on humans in 2025. Wildlife experts say the overall rise in sightings and encounters is a sign that bears are becoming more comfortable in suburban neighborhoods across the state and remind residents to secure trash and remove bird feeders to prevent unwanted visitors. Buses will replace weekend train service on Metro North Railroad's New Canaan branch for about 2 months starting this weekend. The state DOT says the change will affect riders every weekend through June the 7th to allow crews to install new track and perform maintenance. Normal train service will resume each Monday morning. There is one exception. The trains will run a normal schedule over the Memorial Day holiday weekend. A bright fireball streaked across the sky over New Jersey and several other surrounding states yesterday afternoon. The American Meteor Society tracks reported fireballs around the world and says witnesses from 13 of the Garden State's 21 counties saw a bright flash of lights zipping across the sky for several seconds. Aside from New Jersey, reports of the meteor also came into AMS from Connecticut. For the Voice of Connecticut, I'm Laura Feist, WICC.
Thank you, Laura. Sponsored this time around by M.J. Thomas Jewelers. Hey, you looking to buy or sell gold? Visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. More info, check them out online. You know where, mjthomas.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Pretty slow ride now between Bridgeport's 26 on the way into Fairfield and Westport. Heavy in Norwalk 16 to 14. And now building volume in Stamford southbound on the Merritt Parkway. Stop and go Trumbull Fairfield. Busier coming past Norwalk's Route 7 on the way into New Canaan Avenue. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the north. Clear this evening and overnight near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that Sage Healthcare is a free multidisciplinary community clinic embedded with the Bridgeport Rescue Mission? Sage Healthcare, no cost, no barriers, just healthcare.
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Let your donation restore hope. bridgeportrescuemission.org.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Center Stage Theater in Shelton brings the dynamic musical review Jerry's Girls to its stage April 10th through 19th. Featuring a talented cast of 3 women, the music of Jerry Herman from Broadway classics Hello Dolly, Mame, La Cage aux Folles, and Mac and Mabel is brought to life. This show is a romp through the magic of Herman's classics. Enjoy high-quality entertainment close to home at one of Connecticut's most beloved community theaters. Visit centerstagetheater.org for tickets and more about the 2026 season.
Shopping Anyway connects those who ask, how can I help? With those who say, here's what we need. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Always know what your favorite cause needs. Download the app at shoppinganyway.com. And nonprofits, please join us on Thursday, April 30th from 8 to 10 a.m. at our host, Connoisseur Media in Milford, for a free event, Stronger Together, a nonprofit resource open house. Register at brbc.org or milfordct.com. Shopping Anyway, because a lot of people helping a little helps a lot.
Everything you need to start your day. Melissa in the morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC's 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, hey, how are you? Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's 7:39, almost 7:40. Yes, 203-333 9422 333 WICC. It's our contact number. Also, you can always email me. The email is always up and running. We always feed the little hamsters that turn the wheel for the for the email. The email generator. Come on, that's a good. Come on, keep it going. You know, the email generator there. So, however you'd like. We have people responding to a question. By the way, our Facebook question of the day is always up there. You know, I do this in the afternoon. The afternoon show. I just pick something and ask you, what do you think? Yes, no, up, down. So I asked this, and if you want to chime in on this, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, as we speak, the Artemis II crew is on the way back. The 3 men and 1 woman aboard that what is considered a spacious spacecraft, roughly the interior dimensions of capacity of 2 minivans. And stuff folds away and whatever. So 335 cubic feet of livable space. So I asked this yesterday, and I told you I would do this in a heartbeat. But if given the chance and the training, would you fly on board Artemis 2 for 10 days? Would you do that? Let's just say by some weird twist of fate. Maybe it's a NASA contest, and, you know, the other celebrity flights, the Blue Origin stuff, that's like a 9-iron shot. That, you know, the stuff that the all-women crew did the other day and a year ago or so, and everybody was giving Katy Perry crap. Oh, shut up. Their lives are so damn miserable. You can't be happy for it. So what if they're multimillionaires and they buy the seats? Remember William Shatner climbed down there for going up there, and he was in tears. He couldn't talk because of how awesome it was to be up there and see the Earth. But I digress. So let's say that you had, for whatever turn of fate, you say, hey, we've picked you, Mr. or Ms. So-and-so in Milford, Connecticut, right now. You can have the training, and you can, or wherever your domicile is, whatever city or town. Hey, you can go on board Artemis 3 for 10 days. You'll be confined with 3 other people, 1 or 2 maybe of the opposite sex or gender, whatever. So that's a consideration there. And it will train you and everything. Would you do it? I would do it in a heartbeat. You couldn't give me the pen fast enough to sign up for this. Now, that's just me. They would never take me. Trust me. I'd have to lose about 60 pounds, get in some semblance of shape, learn how to swim better than I can, whatever. But I asked folks, if given the chance and the training, would you fly on board Artemis 2 for 10 days? I got some interesting answers there. If you want to chime in, contact number 203-333-9422. Dave in Meriden joins us. Dave, good afternoon, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, I know you're on the morning shift this
Yeah.
week. So
Yeah.
I would go on the Artemis, but that depends on who I'm up there with.
Well,
the 3. There's certain people I wouldn't want to spend 2 days with,
well,
let alone 10.
10 days, Dave, and you're sitting down on a vacuum toilet. Oh, it's all kinds of fun. Yeah.
But I'll tell you, if you were one of the people, I would enjoy being with you up there. I think we'd have a ball.
Oh, Dave.
Two other hot-looking chicks.
Yeah, well, look at that. Whoa, Dave. Oh, all right, David. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Yes, yeah. Man, Dave just right out of the gate here. Whew. All right. Me, him, and 2 hot-looking chicks. All right. So would you go? Right now, Artemis 2 is cruising along at about 1,800 miles an hour on the way back to Earth. About 1,800 miles an hour, and they're about 209,000 miles away. So they're due back in about 2.5, 3 days. 8 o'clock, I think, Eastern time on Friday. So there you go. So what did people say here? What did people say to my question here on Facebook, facebook.com/voice of CT? Brian said, I leave the thrill for somebody else. Nick says, most definitely. Sue number 1, said, nope. Tara says, nope. Did we learn anything from the Titan implosion? The general population needs to stay where they belong with their feet on the ground. All right, Tara, love you, but I respectfully disagree. Remember, the Titan was not that was kind of a, I don't want to say slapdash thing, but there were a lot of experts who said that was a bad design and they used a video game controller. No. Scott says, at this point in my life, sure. All right. Sue number 2 says never. And she said never so much. She commented twice. Never, and then again, never. I would go. As one of our respondents there said, at this point in my life, yeah. I tell my son and his mom, listen, and the boss is here. I wonder if Connoisseur would give me like 2 years. Hey, I need some personal time off, PTO. All right, you've got 12 days left. Well, I need about 2 years. I can do the afternoon job. You literally, by the way, have you noticed since 1972, the last time we went there, how amazingly clear and crisp the audio and video is? And you knew it would be that way. So, yes, I'm going to keep the question up there. If given the chance in the training, I don't know how maybe you win a contest. I don't know. There have been crazier things that happen. Would you fly on board Artemis 2 for 10 days? You're in a spacecraft roughly the size of 2 minivans. But they do the fold-away seating, and they have a lot of compartments there where they have a remarkable amount of space. And did you see the jar of Nutella float through they were doing a news conference or something yesterday, and I'm serious, out of nowhere, and you could clearly see it. That's how good the resolution is on these cameras. A jar of Nutella just right through. All right. Traffic and weather together. I don't know how you segue out of Nutella to traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Slow ride southbound Turnpike West Haven, also from Bridgeport to Southport, Westport in through Norwalk. Lots of volume in Stamford, too. Southbound on the Merritt Parkway. It's busy. Trumbull, Fairfield, building volume at the end of Westport towards Norwalk. And then as you make your way towards Route 7, it is busier coming down that hill. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning, and that it is. We've got a sunny, clear morning right now, but there is a nip in the air. We are at 30 by the water in Bridgeport, inland cooler with a breeze light out of the north, and our barometer is way up there early this morning. If you have one of those old-fashioned home barometers with a red needle, it is all the way to the right. 30.6 on the way up. The air is heavy, the air is dry, and it will be cloud-free through this afternoon. Right now we're at 30 in Bridgeport, a sunny sky through the afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Tonight mainly clear, frost well inland, low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny again with a high in the lower 50s. Friday look for a fair amount of sun with a high 60. Saturday generally fair 60, and Sunday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Right now we have readings generally in the 20s inland, lower 30s by the water. We'll have a high in the upper 40s later this afternoon. I'm meteorologist Walt Pioric on WICC.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS?
The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9.
It's Melissa in the morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you? Midweek Wednesday. We're already halfway there to the weekend. You and I together on the Melissa in the Morning program, the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program, usually hosted by the award-winning Melissa Sheketoff. She's out. I'm in 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. In case you're just rolling out of bed, no, Iran has not been turned into a parking lot or a big pile of glass there with a nuke. No. Did not happen. Apparently now there's going to be some sort of a 10-day timeout, 10-day ceasefire there. Israel and the U.S. are going to back off, although Israel's going to still go after Hezbollah in southern Lebanon and other factions there. But the bottom line is, now look, you know how Donald Trump is, whether you like him or not, whether you hate him, you can't stand him, you love him. As I say in the afternoon, whether he's, in your mind up there with Hitler, Stalin, Mussolini, or on the other hand, is if there's a picture of him like a lot of the old Italian households used to. What's the old joke? You walk into most Italian homes, there's 3 pictures on the wall. Jesus Christ, the Pope, and Frank Sinatra. Well, to some people, Mr. Trump's picture's on there. Whatever. I'm sure this was in the making for several days. And I'm sure that Mr. Trump, operating the way he does, whether you like it or not, whether it makes you laugh or cry, he was using rhetoric that some people said, well, it was a little bit over the top. Okay, but this is how he operates. And he's going to do this for as long as he is still in the Oval Office. Personally, I agree with James Carville and some other people. I said this the other day. I just think he may walk away a little early, but we'll see. Listen, I don't wish ill health on anybody, nobody, because I don't care if it's a politician that I absolutely adore or absolutely can't stand. There are certain lines that you don't cross, and even people in our lives that we don't like and we can't stand or whatever, that's something that is determined by our brains. These people are still mothers and fathers and sons and daughters and uncles and aunts and grandsons and granddaughters, whatever. To that end, I should say, interesting that I guess we may have passed now the final chapter of the whole Dawn Staley, Gino Auriemma thing, which, listen, it happens in families, right? It happens in life. It happens in workplaces. You don't love that, but sometimes there is a complete cutoff, short-term, long-term of communication, and you had that shouting match between Gino and Dawn Staley, South Carolina coach, who herself has won national titles, although not nearly as many as Gino has with his, what's he got, a 920 winning percentage or something like that. But it is interesting that I guess she made a statement yesterday, something to the effect of, hey, let's turn the page. But notice, as Gino Auriemma did not directly apologize to Dawn Staley, the first thing he said, he apologized to the schools, to the South Carolina players, to their staff members and everything, everybody but Dawn Staley. And she had some complimentary things to say about Gino, too, but it wasn't exactly a full-throated, warm hug kind of thing. Listen, sometimes you can respect people for their performance, but just genuinely, for whatever reason, not like them. And like I said, I've covered college athletics for a long time. And trust me, and maybe it'll come out in the end, I don't know. There's a lot more to this Gino Auriemma, Dawn Staley thing than people are saying. We're not getting the full story. Now, their obvious disdain for each other is probably always kind of there. And you see in the apologies, and he doesn't apologize directly to her. Why? Well, listen, don't jump on Gino's back or jump on her back, because how many situations in sports and in life where everybody thinks everybody's magnanimous up front until they find out that person A said something absolutely disgusting about person B to other people that person B may know. Right? How many times in our lives you sit there and somebody says, well, so-and-so said about you, and you're stunned there for a few seconds. You're like, what? So they say X, Y, and Z about me to my face, and then they say X, Y, and Z to me about me to you, and they know that you and I talk. And again, I don't know if there was anything said, but the more I thought about this, I'm saying to myself, yeah, there might, whether they were recruiting the same players, whether on either side, you don't know. Were there racial comments made? Were there, comments of, you just don't know. I mean, there is some stuff you don't know. And let's put it this way. The public doesn't know. Sometimes people very close to the team who cover the team. Look, I've covered college coaches for years, and I have heard some stuff that it's not like somebody is trying to dump on somebody and they're saying, hey, by the way, blah. No, but coaches of any sport, of any league, of any team you cover, and you know this, from a journalistic point of view, it's like on background, meaning, hey, this is not for, well, why did I do that? All right, let me tell you this on background, because at one time, she/he said this about me to that person. And I got to tell you, at a level that UConn is in South Carolina, trust me, I'm sure they go after a lot of the same players. And I wouldn't be surprised if we find out, maybe sooner than later, but who knows, maybe, that there were things that may have been said between the two, maybe even innocently, that got mangled after a third or fourth person told them, and there's been simmering stuff, I mean, it was that way with, Gino and the late, great Pat Summitt, right? Two great coaches, you'd see them on CBS, Tennessee and UConn, blah, 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 blah. And you come to find out there was respect. It is possible, and we see it all the time, right? In our families and in our professional lives, you can really respect somebody's job and just dislike them as a person. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Slow ride, Connecticut Turnpike southbound Bridgeport through Norwalk. Lots of volume in Stamford 2 coming from Norotan. And southbound on the Merritt Parkway. Looks like Trumbull to Fairfield. The second half of the no exit zone in Westport. Heading in through Norwalk and now approaching New Canaan. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Clear this evening and tonight, below near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hey y'all, I'm Kelly Clarkson. Every American dreams of creating a better life for his or her family, but in some communities, those dreams face difficult challenges. When we come together to help those in need get the same opportunities as everyone else, we truly are making our country a better place to live for all of us. So look for volunteer opportunities in your community to help others achieve the American dream, all right? This message is courtesy of the United States Air Force.
WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. A day after he vowed to obliterate Iran, President Trump has gotten what he wanted, a temporary ceasefire intended to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Correspondent Nancy Cordes is at the White House.
After nearly 40 days of all-out war, the military strikes in Iran have stopped. President Trump agreeing last night to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks, saying a long-term peace plan is very far along. As part of the ceasefire, Iran's foreign minister announced last night, for a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces.
President Trump's just posted to Truth Social the U.S. will work with Iran to, in his words, dig up and remove its enriched uranium that was buried under joint U.S.-Israeli strikes last summer. CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd.
What we don't know is what the U.S. red lines are and what the U.S. is really after in negotiations. Is it the nuclear file? Is it the Strait of Hormuz? Is it ballistic missiles? Or is it proxies? And that's going to take longer than 2 weeks to ascertain.
Oil futures have plunged below $95. Dow futures up more than $1,200. A source tells CBS News Rex Heuermann, the suspected serial killer from Long Island, is expected to change his plea to guilty today to murdering 7 women, all believed to be sex workers. Correspondent Tom Hansen is in Riverhead, New York.
Heuermann was set to go on trial in September, with prosecutors accusing him of living a double life, posing as a family man while allegedly committing the killings. Now, Heuermann's lawyers repeatedly tried to have DNA evidence against him tossed out, but they were largely unsuccessful. And now it appears the 62-year-old may avoid a jury trial after all.
British researchers have begun an experimental treatment on children suffering from deadly forms of cancer. CBS's Vicky Barker from London.
So-called solid tumor cancers are some of the most common and treatment-resistant childhood cancers, and conventional chemotherapy and radiation treatments can permanently damage the health of those children who survive them. Enter some new kinds of immunotherapies called CAR T-cell therapies. Team leader Dr. Martin Pule.
They've been very effective actually in blood cancers, and we're hoping to try and replicate some of that success in childhood cancers.
There was a wild bench-clearing brawl in Anaheim.
Now here comes Soler going after Lopez. They square up, and Soler and Lopez are throwing haymakers. They're going after each other.
Atlanta's Ronaldo Lopez pitched high and inside to LA's Jorge Soler, who'd already been hit. The 6'3", 235-pounder charged the mound. Both benches joined in. Lopez and Soler both ejected. This is CBS News.
Every Sunday, moderator Margaret Brennan goes face-to-face with top leaders to make you better informed. Face the Nation, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
WICC 695.9. Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Stratford Mayor David Chess is proposing a new budget for the 2026-27 fiscal year. It fully funds the school district's requested 5% increase in the budget, but comes with a specific vision for the future. The mayor is challenging the district leaders to prioritize 2 goals: improving math scores and reestablishing magnet schools in town. Stratford hasn't had a magnet program since 2018, when Stratford Academy was dissolved to avoid laying off 59 teachers. While acting superintendent Heather Borges calls the mayor's vision beautiful, she warns that bringing back magnet programs is a complex, multi-year process involving state approval and significant staffing. For now, there is no funding in this year's budget to launch a new magnet school immediately. A holiday scheduling dispute in Bridgeport could cost the city over $600,000. The Bridgeport City Supervisors Association has filed a complaint against Mayor Ganem's administration, claiming 165 members were forced to work on days they were contractually owed off. These dates include Christmas Eve in 2024 and 25, as well as a federally declared day of mourning for the late President Jimmy Carter. Union attorney Edward Gavin argues the contract clearly grants these holidays, and he is now demanding either back pay or compensatory time off. The Connecticut Department of Labor is scheduled to hold a hearing on the matter May the 4th. A North Haven family is suing Bridgeport Hospital, alleging medical negligence led to the death of their 26-year-old son. Connor Hilton, a UConn dental student, died in August 2024 after being treated at the hospital's Milford campus. The lawsuit claims Hilton was placed in what their attorney is calling a fake ICU, alleging he was left without proper monitoring, life-saving precautions, or a doctor at his bedside. Representing the family, attorney Joel Faxon called the death an avoidable tragedy that has devastated the local dental community. Bridgeport Hospital, which is owned by Yale New Haven Health, has not yet commented on the pending litigation. Connecticut's bear population is on the move, and conflicts with humans are on the rise. According to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection's 2025 State of the Bears report, black bears are expanding their range well beyond western Connecticut. While incidents of bears breaking into homes dropped to 40 last year compared to 67 in 2024, DEEP officials investigated 3 separate bear attacks on humans in 2025. Wildlife experts say the overall rise in sightings and encounters is a sign that bears are becoming more comfortable in suburban neighborhoods across the state, and remind residents to secure trash and remove bird feeders to prevent unwanted visitors. Buses will replace weekend train service on Metro North Railroad's New Canaan branch for about 2 months starting this weekend. The state DOT says the change will affect riders every weekend through June the 7th to allow crews to install new track and perform maintenance. Normal train service will resume each Monday morning. There is one exception. The trains will run a normal schedule over the Memorial Day holiday weekend. A bright fireball streaked across the sky over New Jersey and several other surrounding states yesterday afternoon. The American Meteor Society tracks reported fireballs around the world and says witnesses from 13 of the Garden State's 21 counties saw a bright flash of lights zipping across the sky for several seconds. Aside from New Jersey, reports of the meteor also came into AMS from Connecticut. For the Voice of Connecticut, I'm Laura Feist, WICC.
All right, thank you, Laura. This update from Laura this time round brought to you by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you have saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more. Check them out, bridgelightadvisors.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays now as you head between 95 and the Parkway on the Milford Connector. Just slow through that area. Southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike. Stop and go Bridgeport through Westport and Norwalk. Heavy volume as you approach Stamford. Southbound on the Merritt Parkway. Delays stop and go Trumbull through Fairfield. Westport into New Canaan. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the north. Clear this evening and overnight near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Connecticut, your neighbors are choosing MediWeight Loss for real medical support close to home. With convenient local locations, their experienced providers see you in person and design a custom plan that fits your life, including nutrition, coaching, and prescription options when medically appropriate. They've lowered their pricing to help more people in our community get started. And your first month of GLP-1 medication is now available for as low as $99. Local care, trusted providers, real results. Find your nearest Connecticut MediWeight Loss at MediWeightLoss.com.
Everyone has a passion, that one thing you'd love to spend all your time doing, like going on runs anywhere and everywhere, taking cooking lessons from world-famous chefs, or rocking out to your favorite artists all over the world. Pursue your passions, whatever they may be. Play the new Millionaire for Life daily draw game for a chance at $1 million every year for the rest of your life. Passion funded for life. Overall odds 1 in 8.5. Must be 18 or older. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
This is where Westport starts the day. Melissa in the Morning on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you? Yes, it's the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program, hosted by the award-winning Melissa Sheketov. Not today. She's on vacation for the rest of the week. Back, let me see, what's the first day of the week? Cinema, carry the 3 divided by 4. Oh, she's back on Monday. That's right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Hope all is well with you and yours. It is starting again here, and this is a hotly contested subject, and I've actually got my because of my position on this, saying that I think eventually Connecticut will move and should move to a tightly controlled, regulated bear hunt, because I have said that numerous times on the afternoon show. I listen, I've gotten a couple of messages, at least one that was, threatening me with physical violence. Okay, whatever. We have your email address, so don't do anything dumb. But the bear situation, again, as Laura had in her newscast this morning, it's not getting any better. And look, no matter whether you agree with me or not, that we have to do simply what a lot of other states are doing and have done, is what, men have been doing and women hunting since the beginning of time. It's called culling the herd. Keeping it at a certain level where it's manageable. We're not talking about, carpet bombing every bear in Connecticut. But again, there's an interesting story here. Victoria Sundquist's story, posted yesterday. Again, no surprise here. When we hear about bear conflicts and bear management, this is not done by hunting groups or the NRA. These are the State of Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. They employ people called bear biologists to sometimes, use drugs to knock out these bears and then put tags on them. That's why you see some bears are tagged, some aren't. And it's not getting any better. And you look at a map they put out here, it is real. I have a couple of friends in West Hartford, and they post videos of bears just walking through backyards of people. You have to understand something, folks. And I'm looking at this I love bears. Bears are magnificent creatures. They are. They're one of God's creatures. Here's the problem. There's too many of them right now. I know some of you are screaming and yelling at me right now. But again, I'm just looking at it. We have to divorce ourselves from feelings on this and look at the rising number of human and bear interactions, and it's just a matter of time. There were 3 or 4 bear attacks to some extent on humans last year in the state. 3, I think, 3 or 4. All right, it happens. Bears are wild animals. But the fact that they are walking through people's yards right now is not normal. See, you've got to divorce yourself from thinking every bear you see is Yogi or Boo Boo or Smokey or the Boston Bruin or the Brown University Bears or the Chicago Bears. No, these are one of God's wonderful creatures, but they're wild animals. And because we have not, I'm just saying this scientifically, we have not been culling the herds. This is what happens. Now, we got away from any hunting, I think it was 20 or 25 years ago, when the black bear population in this state was down around 200 or something like that. It's like 1,300 now. New report released by Deep in March shows bears are increasing their range in Connecticut and expanding far past the western area of the state, up in the Litchfield Hills there. Brookfield, New Milford, places like Ridgefield. I know people up there that see them all the time. But that's what happens when you do not have a structured culling program. 3 bear attacks on humans investigated in 2025. There were also incidents reported of bears breaking into homes. These are incredibly strong creatures. A full-grown bear has the strength of numbers of men. 18 municipalities in 2025. There were also incidents there. Only about 40 bear break-ins in total were reported compared to 67 in 2024. Yes, they're looking for food. I get it. But as they say, herein lies the problem. More on this coming up right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Stop and go Bridgeport through Norwalk and Stamford now on 95 southbound, pretty solid there. Also, as you head from Trumbull to Fairfield, second part of the no exit zone in Westport and through New Canaan on the Parkway South. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the north. Clear this evening and overnight near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
When we say you can listen to the voice of Connecticut anywhere, we really mean it. You can stream us at work or listen in your car. And that's just on your phone. We've totally redesigned our smartphone app, and now it's easier to use. Listen live, find podcasts, keep up to date with everything going on in Connecticut. And it's still totally free. Just go to your app store now and search for WICC. Trumbull's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 600 and 95.9.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Paula for Melissa on the Melissa in the Morning program. Good morning, good morning, good morning to everyone. If I was on in the afternoon this week, I'd be saying the same thing I'm saying now. Stop with the bird feeders. Stop. You hear state officials tell you, please, especially in this time of the year, stop putting out bird feeders. The birds are not your toys. Respect the fact that they are God's creatures and stop with the bird feeders. They attract bears. And part of the reason you have bears walking through neighborhoods, and a couple of years ago, almost dragging a small child into the woods to kill and maim him, thank God he was fought off by a wheelchair-bound grandfather and a next-door neighbor who had to come over and hit the thing in the head with a shovel. The birds don't need your bird food. Okay, I know they're fascinating. Everybody, the big thing now is to get those cameras that you put in a birdhouse. Now, listen, a birdhouse up on an elevated portion is different than putting out basically all this suet and seed, which is, you know what that is? It's an antipast for the bears. And I love the bears. I do. All of God's creatures, even the ones that can kill you, I'm serious, because they react on instinct. There is a magnificence to creatures that we can see every day. We're not supposed to see bears every day. We're not. And the reason we are, and the reason they're reported all around, is because of what men and women do, especially with the bird feeders. They can smell that thing from a half mile, mile and a half, 2 miles away on a good day where the wind is right, depending upon where you have it. Birds have been around for a few 100,000 years or a few million years. They can find food. I don't know whether you knew that or not. Birds, those beaks, yeah. It's amazing, huh? Before TikTok videos and, remote camera videos of people feeding people out of their little cute little birdhouse there, which is fascinating to watch. I get it. I understand that. But birds are part of nature. Nature has instincts. We should not be interfering with the instincts. Now, you want to put a bird bath out there. Water doesn't give away any real sense, I don't think. Sense as in sense, S-C-E-N-T-S. But I could be wrong. I don't know. The Deep noted here, this is not a hunting group. This is not the NRA. As the population expands, interactions between humans and bears will increase. The vast majority of the public's bear-related issues stem from bird feeders and trash. And probably the reason I know, but the reason I'm so passionate about this is because one day the unthinkable is going to happen. And somebody is going to get killed, and I'm sure it's probably happened in the States sometime before, or some kid, or heaven forbid, God forbid, a baby or something like that. The worst is going to happen. Then we're going to kick into typical Connecticut mode. Well, we should have done that. Well, all right. Well, why don't we do what other states do? I mean, why don't we do it now? I don't know. It's just this whole thing is with Artemis 2 up there. I was talking to somebody the other day about, remember when the Challenger exploded, right? That was horrible. 1986, I think, something like that, 85, 86. Yet all those people had warnings after warnings after warnings saying it's too cold, don't launch, those O-rings are going to leak, and look what happened. Well, we're doing the same thing right now because we're fascinated with animals. Okay, there's nothing wrong with a fascination. As the Human League used to say, keep feeling fascination. That's all I remember of the lyrics. And the heavy synth and keyboards. But, well, it says right here, the General Assembly for years has also considered allowing a regulated, that means you've got to be a licensed hunter, you're only allowed to take 1 or 2 head, a regulated bear hunt at the recommendation of state officials. Not the NRA, not the people who sell guns, not the right-wingers. State officials are saying we need a regulated bear hunt. Last year, a bill that would have authorized the governor to enact that bear hunt died in a Senate committee. Now, the reason the bills died is because, and listen, this is how voters exercise their strength. There are a lot of people who are afraid that if it passed, they would lose their elections. And listen, bear lovers, animal lovers, whatever, they have the right to vote somebody. I get it. I understand it. So all I'm saying is we're getting our annual warning about something is going to happen really bad, and it's a matter of time. And I just ask you, when your friend or friends say, oh, look at this picture of a bear in my backyard I took. And the bear's a 200, 300, 400-pound bear, and they're dense, man, from what I understand. I've talked to hunters. They're dense. Instead of saying, oh, that's cool, so awesome, you know what you got to say? Is your trash sealed? Are you cleaning your grills? Are you putting out any bird feeders? And for God's sake, don't let the kids out without anybody there. I'm just fascinated how people don't want to hear the truth about this whole thing. Well, then maybe that's just me. Maybe you think I'm an ogre, but I'm just every year, just the way the folks at NASA knew that there was about a 1 in 75 chance that there would be a catastrophic failure of a shuttle launch. There were 150 shuttle launches, I think. They had 2 failures. What's that? It's 1 in 75. 'Tis what it is. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
I'm looking at delays southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike as you head in through West Haven. From Stratford, exit 30 to Bridgeport. Westport's 18 to Norwalk. Volume all through Stamford. We've got delays southbound on the Parkway, Trumbull, Fairfield into Westport. And also as you head just past Route 7 in Norwalk on the way into New Canaan. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Clear this evening and tonight, the low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The question isn't whether it's a good time to sell, it's will you miss your window?
That's Jonathan Carbuti of Carbuti & Company Realtors, my friend and real estate expert on the show. And I don't want you to miss your window, especially if you are even thinking about selling your home in the next 6 months to a year. That takes planning, not just to get your home ready for the market, but also figuring out where you're going to go next. It's one of many conversations John and his team at Carbuti & Company Realtors will have with you today.
Sit with a real estate broker professional, somebody who's experienced, who has reference points, and can really kind of advise you on what your options are, because I think people are very surprised once they sit down with us to find out what options are available.
And you can actually call or text Jonathan directly at 203-980-6886 or simply go to carbutirealestate.com. That's CARBUTTI realestate.com.
Bumped your bumper? Kissed a curb? With Sono Collision, your car will be back to top notch in no time. Because we don't just repair, we care. Visit sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Some people reach a line and stop. Some hit a wall and turn around. Then there are the ones who cross the line, climb the wall, face obstacles, and turn them to their advantage. That's where we come in. We're the next rodeo. We design bold marketing that drives real growth. A creative partner for businesses ready to push forward beyond what's expected. The Next Rodeo. Learn more at thenextrodeo.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-730-7788. 800-730-7788. Again, that's 800-730-7788.
For the best FCAC high school baseball and lacrosse coverage, listen to Bats and Sticks with Dave Rudin. Tune in every Sunday at 11 a.m. on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Bats and Sticks, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food served fast.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. World leaders are hailing a 2-week ceasefire agreement between the U.S. and Iran. President Trump calls it a big day for world peace. CBS's Imtiaz Tayab from Doha.
It all revolves around the Strait of Hormuz, and it seems like the strait should be open, but we'll have to see if that holds and whether these talks can actually bear fruit and we see an end to this now 6-week war.
Oil prices have plunged below $100. Israel says the fight in Lebanon will go on. Trump-backed Republican Clay Fuller has won a runoff for Marjorie Taylor Greene's congressional seat in Georgia.
You better believe I'm going to go to Capitol Hill and be a warrior for each and every person in this room, and I'm never going to stop fighting for y'all.
Artemis II astronauts on their way home after snapping awe-inspiring photos of the dark side of the moon. Jesse Mitchell.
One named EarthSat, depicting the globe dipping behind the moon, and another showing the sun's rays beaming from behind the moon.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Stratford Mayor David Chess is proposing a new budget for the 2026-27 fiscal year. It fully funds the school district's requested 5% increase in the budget, but comes with a specific vision for the future. The mayor is challenging the district leaders to prioritize 2 goals: improving math scores and reestablishing magnet schools in town. Stratford hasn't had a magnet program since 2018, when Stratford Academy was dissolved to avoid laying off 59 teachers. While acting superintendent Heather Borges calls the mayor's vision beautiful, she warns that bringing back magnet programs is a complex, multi-year process involving state approval and significant staffing. For now, there is no funding in this year's budget to launch a new magnet school immediately. A holiday scheduling dispute in Bridgeport could cost the city over $600,000. The Bridgeport City Supervisors Association has filed a complaint against Mayor Ganem's administration, claiming 165 members were forced to work on days they were contractually owed off. These dates include Christmas Eve in 2024 and 25, as well as a federally declared day of mourning for the late President Jimmy Carter. Union attorney Edward Gavin argues the contract clearly grants these holidays, and he is now demanding either back pay or compensatory time off. The Connecticut Department of Labor is scheduled to hold a hearing on the matter May the 4th. A North Haven family is suing Bridgeport Hospital, alleging medical negligence led to the death of their 26-year-old son. Connor Hilton, a UConn dental student, died in August 2024 after being treated at the hospital's Milford campus. The lawsuit claims Hilton was placed in what their attorney is calling a fake ICU, alleging he was left without proper monitoring, life-saving precautions, or a doctor at his bedside. Representing the family, attorney Joel Faxon called the death an avoidable tragedy that has devastated the local dental community. Bridgeport Hospital, which is owned by Yale New Haven Health, has not yet commented on the pending litigation. Connecticut's bear population is on the move, and conflicts with humans are on the rise. According to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection's 2025 State of the Bears report, black bears are expanding their range well beyond western Connecticut. While incidents of bears breaking into homes dropped to 40 last year, compared to 67 in 2024. DEEP officials investigated 3 separate bear attacks on humans in 2025. Wildlife experts say the overall rise in sightings and encounters is a sign that bears are becoming more comfortable in suburban neighborhoods across the state, and remind residents to secure trash and remove bird feeders to prevent unwanted visitors. Buses will replace weekend train service on Metro North Railroad's New Canaan branch for about 2 months starting this weekend. The state DOT says the change will affect riders every weekend through June the 7th to allow crews to install new track and perform maintenance. Normal train service will resume each Monday morning. There is one exception. The trains will run a normal schedule over the Memorial Day holiday weekend. A bright fireball streaked across the sky over New Jersey and several other surrounding states yesterday afternoon. The American Meteor Society tracks reported fireballs around the world and says witnesses from 13 of the Garden State's 21 counties saw a bright flash of lights zipping across the sky for several seconds. Aside from New Jersey, reports of the meteor also came into AMS from Connecticut. For the Voice of Connecticut, I'm Laura Feist, WICC.
Okay, Laura, thank you. Brought to you by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. For that help, 888-789-7777 or ccpg.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Northbound Connecticut Turnpike this morning, it's heavy in through Milford as you get through the Milford Rest area. Southbound, it is a busy ride in through West Haven, and then coming out of Stratford's exit 30 into Fairfield. Stop and go Saugatuck 17 through Norwalk, Darien, and then very heavy Stamford into, looks like Greenwich now, exit 4. Slow ride on the Parkway South, Trumbull, Fairfield into Westport. Also dealing with volume 2, heavy through New Canaan. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the north. Clear this evening and overnight near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I'm Keith Trantolo from the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo. When you're injured in an accident, one of the first questions is, how much is my case worth? Here's the truth. Our firm's been fighting for clients for over 85 years, and anyone who gives you a quick answer doesn't know what they're doing. Understanding your situation is key. Your injuries, medical bills, time missed from work, and more. Our team has the experience to get you the best results, and we don't get paid until you do. Don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com.
There's always a great lineup of shows coming to Ridgefield Playhouse. May 5th, it's Madeline Peru performing We Are America, songs that give us hope.
Don't wait too long.
May 16th is the Brad Meldau Trio with Felix Mosaholm and Jorge Rossi. And June 12th, it's Al Di Meola, the Guitarchitect, featuring Electric Band. Madeline Peru, Brad Meldau, and Al Di Meola. 3 great shows, 1 great venue. Tickets at ridgefieldplayhouse.org.
Have you heard that Milford was recently voted the 3rd best place to retire in the U.S.? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Brand new spacious units priced right to give you convenience, comfort, and more of what matters in a modern home. Assigned garage parking and fitness center included free. Go to foresthillsmilford.com for information and to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
You're listening to the 2024 Connecticut Broadcasters Award-winning Best Talk Show. Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, as we wake up this morning, and good morning to you at 8:37, almost 8:38, the Melissa in the Morning program. It's Paul in for Melissa on this fine morning here. Paul Pior calling for a nice day today. We're going to see sunny skies, upper 40s, still 31 degrees. Little chilly here. Our pal Dan Harr from the afternoon show, Hearst, Connecticut Media, going to be calling us in next hour to let us know what is on his palate, give us his thoughts on what's going on at the Capitol as well. Want to pick up a little bit of this, if we can here. We'll dip in for just a second. Apparently now there is a peace deal or a ceasefire deal between the U.S.-Israel attacks and Iran here. Let's give you a little bit because, again, everybody was worried about that 8 o'clock deadline last night. Right before that, there was the announcement of this Iran deal. Right now, a little live coverage here, if we can jump into this. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman, General Dan Kane.
Mr. Secretary, will your forces stay in the region and continue to defend and protect your allies and take the responsibility for their security? Second question is, as you mentioned many times, that you have full control of Iran airspace. Do you still have this control or not?
Well, thank you for the question. The chairman mentioned the UAE and Bahrain and Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, who have fought shoulder to shoulder with us, especially in defense of our facilities, of our people, of their facilities, and we appreciate that. So that coordination, of course, will continue. And then when it comes to the skies over Iran, I would point to Exhibit A and Exhibit B, 7 hours in the day, 7 hours at night. If any foreign adversary had attempted to do the same over our soil, they would have no ability to do so. Will they have a system here or there? Maybe. Do they have a network, a system that's capable of defending their skies? No, they don't. It's, as the chairman laid out, that's been dismantled, degraded, and destroyed. So it's a slight distinction, but an important one. Yes, right here. Go ahead.
General George in the middle of a war.
Excuse me. You got a question? Go ahead.
Yes. Two questions actually for you. So during this time, are you still encouraging civilians to rise up against the regime, or are they satisfied with this new regime change, or is this two-week period to kind of see where that leads? Also, talked about the enriched uranium going in there. Would that require special forces or other military, our service members? Who would be basically going in there and trusted to going in there to get that uranium out?
Mm-hmm. Again, on the uranium, we're watching it. We know what they have, and they will give it up, and we'll get it, and we'll take it. If we have to, we can do it in any means necessary. So that's something the president is going to solve for. We already have with Midnight Hammer, with the place we put them in, and the reason it's in the situation where it is. The second one was about the people. Listen, I would love to see the Iranian people take advantage of this opportunity. They have been oppressed by the previous regime, and they'll have a new opportunity with this regime. That remains to be seen. That was not our objective in this effort, but they're brave people. Horrible things have been done to them by the previous regime. Tens of thousands targeted and killed and assassinated in a way the government never should. And we wish them the best, absolutely. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
All right, there you go. That was Defense Secretary or Secretary of War, depending upon how you want to refer to it, Pete Hegseth, alongside Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Dan Kane, or as people call him, Dan Raisin Kane there. So there you go. We all, I don't want to say went to bed last night, but late in the day, and we were talking about it here on the show earlier and all throughout the day. Lisa was talking about it. Eric Erickson was talking about it and everything. What was going to happen? Was this a gambit by Mr. Trump? I don't know. Now, we obviously don't know anything, but here's the bottom line. And there's a lot of ifs here. If this all works in the end, meaning if in fact, and maybe we won't know all the details here because the Iranian leadership is probably, they're not going to roll over. But let's just say, for argument's sake in the calculus here, that as much as about half the country or a little more probably wouldn't vote for Mr. Trump again or can't stand him. And I'm not talking about party or country, whatever. I'm just talking about the stuff that really fascinates me. And I say on the afternoon show all the time, I don't give a crap who you vote for. I really don't. I really honestly don't. I have my thoughts about policy. What if in the end people have to... Now, remember, this is the same morning we're talking about John Larson, one of our congressional members, saying he's going to file articles of impeachment about this and the war. Wait a minute. What if this, even to some extent, achieves what... I mean, think about how bizarre this would be. a president that more than half the country, at least if you go by the numbers, does not like. Now, it doesn't mean they wouldn't all vote for him again because you don't know who the binary choice, the second choice is in a binary election. But what if the president pulls this off? What if? There's a lot of ifs there. And by the end of 2 weeks, we may be right back at square one, and the threats and the bombing and the obscenities can continue. But what if he pulls this off? And it's not just Democrats. It's a lot of independents. It's a lot of Republicans. Oh, the guy's nuts. He's lost it. He's turned into Hitler. He's turned into Mussolini. He's turned into Pol Pot, Genghis Khan. What if just think about the what ifs here. It may not happen, but what if in the end he's and the Iranians admit, yeah, we gave up our nuclear, and they can tell where nuclear material is. We have radiation detectors. Now, are they hiding other stuff in the world? Probably. But what is the political sphere going to think about all this? Again, understand there are a ton of ifs. Now, Pete Hegseth said earlier today, well, under this agreement, Iran can no longer build missiles, rockets, or launchers. Well, do you think they're going to abide by that? Would they build them off-site or somewhere in the world? Maybe. Although, did I see the other day that Kim Jong-un in North Korea now has cut off his support for Iran? Did he get the message? I don't know. I don't know. But this has just taken another twist here, and wouldn't it be ironic? And it doesn't mean you have to love the guy or hate the guy or whatever, but wouldn't it be like a throw your arms up in the air moment to say, yeah, this Trump guy, he kind of did what Barack Obama wouldn't do, and what Joe Biden wouldn't do, and what George W. Bush wouldn't do. You see what I'm saying here? Wow. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's just, I don't know, man. There's just tons and tons of ways this could all blow up, but no pun intended. Please, that was unintentional. But having said that, we'll see in 2 weeks. As they say, stranger things have happened. Traffic and weather together, all that and more coming up right here. It's Paul in for Melissa. Melissa in the morning on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Stop and go volume, Stratford exit 30 through Bridgeport on the Turnpike, Westport to Norwalk, heavy volume, Darien into Stamford, and the Parkway too, it's pretty slow. Trumbull, Fairfield through Westport, and then just past New Canaan Avenue in Norwalk, it is a slow ride through New Canaan. Sponsored by R.D. Cinto. It's time to move your office to an R.D. Cinto property, and you'll avoid all this traffic. Learn more at Cinto.com. You deserve it. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Clear this evening and tonight, the low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
All right, hey, how are you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You folks in Fairfield, apparently, you may get pinched a little less here. When I use the word pinch, I mean, I'm not saying anybody's out to do anything deleterious to your wallet or your backside. But according to Eric Bedner's story this morning, if you haven't seen this, some budget cuts in the town of Fairfield shrink a proposed tax hike to 2.3% after concerns about the impact of revaluation. Oh, yes. How many of us have gone through what we all know is the reval? I got mine, and look, I got my revaluation last year, I think, year and a half. I forgot when Wallingford did it. I thought the number was fair because I went on Zillow and you know, the valuation is not what you can get for the property. The valuation is kind of like the minimum. Like what is this worth before we start like adding on here? You know what I mean? Kind of like the wholesale. Well, the car, the book value on the car at used cars, $11,000. Wholesale. Well, what can the retail? And then you see, well, retail they're getting $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 above the book value. But says here, Board of Finance members in the wonderful town of Fairfield voting unanimously last week to make some big cuts to the town budget, as well as add in projected revenue to try and minimize the potential tax increase. Higher taxes due to property revaluation. And I know people don't like revaluation, but you got to do it. I mean, you have to do it. Thankfully, it only happens, every 5 years or 10 years? Is there a state law or something? I think there was. The board cut a net cut of $2.6 million from the Fairfield town operating budget, which would effectively lower the tax increase from 4.28% to 2.3% only if the RTM approves all that. The Finance Board did not make any further changes to the education budget, proposed at $244 million. The overall budget, roughly $400 million. One of the most significant adjustments, the amount of revenue expected from speed cameras. Yes, in school zones. You people that don't slow down. So listen to this. This is fascinating. I wonder if, and I'm not saying this in Fairfield, people, don't get mad at me, but with this figure, is this like the Stunad line here? Listen to this. One of the most significant adjustments was the amount of revenue expected from speed cameras in school zones. They increased the Fairfield, number crunchers there. Says here in Hearst, they increased expectations by double from $1.45 million to $2.9 million. Almost $3 million. I guess they're seeing the initial numbers, and it's got to be the Stunad factor. Now, I know a lot of people don't pay attention. They're talking on the phone, hands-free, of course, and they don't realize they've gone, 10 miles an hour or over the speed limit, you're going to get a ticket. So I understand that happens, right? But really, I guess they see the early numbers and say, boy, people just aren't getting it with these speed cameras, and I guess they're not. Just slow down. Now I'm sitting here saying slow down, and the people in Fairfield by Paul going, shh. Paul, if you get them to slow down, then we're going to lose $1.5 million or $2 million. Most other changes were minimal cuts to town departments. For a select person, Christine Vitale, friend of the radio station, she's been on this station a lot, says it's been an incredibly difficult year. Her words, quote unquote, to craft a budget due in part to revaluation. Well, yeah, but you got to do it. So there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I see more. And listen, I'm sure I'm going to get, no matter my best efforts, I'm sure I'm going to get, and I'll be completely open and honest and upfront with you if and when it happens. I am sure I'm going to get pinched by a speed camera or a red light camera or a stop sign camera. Now, if I think it's the speed thing, I don't know, man. But if how many of those appeals you win? Now the red light, the stop sign camera, the rolling through, the not coming to a full stop. I did one the other day. I'm trying to be better. I say in the afternoon show, just come to a stop, put the brakes on, 1 beat pause. That's it. And I've started to do that anyway because there are a lot of crazies out there. I told you. Every time I leave the Connecticut Post or every time I leave the Stop and Shop Plaza in Wallingford on Route 5, I can't tell you the number of times I have a green light and whew, some grade A, farm-raised, free-range stunad just goes barrel arsing, excuse me, it was my show, I'd say the full word, but goes through there, and I'm like, well, that's great. If I took the light the way I was supposed to because I had green, I would be trapped in a collapsed car right now. So, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It is what it is. So we'll see. Listen, do some research. If you don't like the speed cameras, call your town hall. Voice your opinion. But ask whomever you speak to in the mayor's office or the police department, sir or ma'am, is there a website where I can find out where these cameras are? And obviously they will tell you something because they have to by state law. They have to. They have to. See, I think this is, to me, yeah, these sniff out speeders, but far more they sniff out as do not. Hey, Dorothy, good morning. I've only got about a minute, Dorothy, so go ahead. I got to hit
I'll tell
news.
you this quick.
Yeah.
Going, my doctor's in Fairfield,
Yeah.
Beach Road. I'm waiting on the post road.
Uh-huh.
Thank God the school bus driver telling the kids their walk. I would have witnessed 3 kids get run over.
Yeah.
I guess they're on their blue tubes.
Yeah.
And they're going to run over the kids. And that was, and I go to the doctor and they said, Dorothy, you won't
Happens
believe
all
how
the
many
time.
times
Yeah.
that story is repeated. My blood pressure was sky high. I said, I almost went. And thank God for that school bus driver.
Yeah. No, yeah. And Dorothy, thank you. I'm sorry. I do have to run there. I'm up against it time-wise. But, Dorothy, thanks. I'm sorry. What did we find out a year ago or so? That in one school year, from the beginning of the school year in September to the end of the calendar year or the beginning of second semester, 9,000 times, not 9, not 90, not 900, 9,000 times people pass stop school buses in Bridgeport. Those are Stunad detectors, I'm telling you. Traffic and weather together right here, right now on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delay southbound on the turnpike between Stratford and Bridgeport. Heavy volume in Norwalk. And now we have a 2-car crash southbound approaching the Mianus River Bridge in Greenwich. Heavy delays back to Stamford. That is between exits 9 and exit 4. The heavy spot there. Right lane is blocked. Southbound on the Parkway, slow in New Canaan. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Clear this evening and tonight, the low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are you looking to make your home or business safer? Then you should meet my friend Nick and his team at Property Protection Consulting here in Trumbull. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and we work with Property Protection Consulting. I also sent Nick and his team to my parents' house because I wanted them to feel more secure in their home and when they're away. My parents like to ski on the weekends in the wintertime, and so every weekend they were away, they had camera systems so they could see when people were coming and going from their home. They have a keypad for their front door so that they didn't leave any keys around. And PPC even used their existing alarm system and updated it so that all the smart technology can be accessed on one single app on their phones. If you want smart home and business security tailored to your needs and lifestyle, then just get a complimentary assessment done from my friends at PPC Alarms. Check out ppcalarms.com and book that complimentary assessment and just see what they can offer you. That's ppcalarms.com and tell them Melissa sent you.
Center Stage Theater in Shelton brings the dynamic musical review Jerry's Girls to its stage April 10th through 19th. Featuring a talented cast of 3 women, the music of Jerry Herman from Broadway classics Hello Dolly, Mame, La Cage aux Folles, and Mac and Mabel is brought to life. This show is a romp through the magic of Herman's classics. Enjoy high-quality entertainment close to home at one of Connecticut's most beloved community theaters. Visit centerstagetheater.org for tickets and more about the 2026 season.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is explaining what would have happened without the U.S. and Iran's newly agreed to 2-week ceasefire.
Had Iran refused our terms, the next targets would have been their power plants, their bridges, and oil and energy infrastructure. Targets they could not defend.
The deal's top goal, reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Correspondent Nancy Cordes is at the White House.
Now that a ceasefire is in place, we move to the hard part, hammering out a long-term peace agreement that addresses Iran's nuclear plans, its funding of terrorism, and so on. And Iran has its own demands, including a new $2 million fee for ships to pass through the strait.
Energy and futures markets are responding to the ceasefire. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
If the ceasefire does not hold, all of this could turn around in moments. But for now, investors are very satisfied with the ceasefire. Oil prices at around $95 a barrel.
Dow futures are up more than 1,200. Gas prices in the U.S. still climbing. The national average today is $4.16 a gallon. The Trump administration is keeping former DHS Secretary Kristi Noem's jet.
Noem leased the $70 million plane, which features a kitchen, showers, 4 large TVs, a bar, and a queen-size bed. Noem was asked about the plane during her testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee last month.
Department of Homeland Security to have a plane.
Luxury jet with a bedroom in it?
Yeah, we used a 737. I've been on it once, but
The Wall Street Journal has learned the White House has taken the plane away from the Department of Homeland Security. It will now be used by cabinet secretaries and the First Lady. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Her nickname's the Ketamine Queen. The one who sold actor Matthew Perry the drugs that killed him is set for sentencing in L.A. today. Former federal prosecutor Lori Levinson.
Prosecutors want to make an example out of her. This is a dangerous practice. And the prosecution wants to send a message that providing ketamine can lead to deaths, as it did in Matthew Perry's case and another victim as well.
Tapped out on tipping? Pop Menu's new survey finds a lot of us are. The tech company's Jennifer Grass.
The areas impacted by tipping fatigue the most, where consumers say that they're cutting back, are restaurants, grocery delivery, hotels, ride services, hair salons, and barbers. But it's really across the board.
78% say the number of places with tipping prompts has become ridiculous. 44% say they're tipping less this year than last. This is CBS News.
What is going on?
What's going on here?
How is this possible? Great storytelling starts here.
Oh, come on.
Why? It's time for 60 Minutes.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Stratford Mayor David Chess is proposing a new budget for the 2026-27 fiscal year. It fully funds the school district's requested 5% increase in the budget, but comes with a specific vision for the future. The mayor is challenging the district leaders to prioritize two goals: improving math scores and reestablishing magnet schools in town. Stratford hasn't had a magnet program since 2018, when Stratford Academy was dissolved to avoid laying off 59 teachers. While acting superintendent Heather Borges calls the mayor's vision beautiful, she warns that bringing back magnet programs is a complex, multi-year process involving state approval and significant staffing. For now, there is no funding in this year's budget to launch a new magnet school immediately. A holiday scheduling dispute in Bridgeport could cost the city over $600,000. The Bridgeport City Supervisors Association has filed a complaint against Mayor Ghanem's administration, claiming 165 members were forced to work on days they were contractually owed off. These dates include Christmas Eve in 2024 and 25, as well as a federally declared day of mourning for the late President Jimmy Carter. Union attorney Edward Gavin argues the contract clearly grants these holidays, and he is now demanding either back pay or compensatory time off. The Connecticut Department of Labor is scheduled to hold a hearing on the matter May the 4th. A North Haven family is suing Bridgeport Hospital, alleging medical negligence led to the death of their 26-year-old son. Connor Hilton, a UConn dental student, died in August 2024 after being treated at the hospital's Milford campus. The lawsuit claims Hilton was placed in what their attorney is calling a fake ICU, alleging he was left without proper monitoring, life-saving precautions, or a doctor at his bedside. Representing the family, attorney Joel Faxon called the death an avoidable tragedy that has devastated the local dental community. Bridgeport Hospital, which is owned by Yale New Haven Health, has not yet commented on the pending litigation. Connecticut's bear population is on the move, and conflicts with humans are on the rise. According to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection's 2025 State of the Bears report, black bears are expanding their range well beyond western Connecticut. While incidents of bears breaking into homes dropped to 40 last year compared to 67 in 2024. DEEP officials investigated 3 separate bear attacks on humans in 2025. Wildlife experts say the overall rise in sightings and encounters is a sign that bears are becoming more comfortable in suburban neighborhoods across the state, and remind residents to secure trash and remove bird feeders to prevent unwanted visitors. Buses will replace weekend train service on Metro North Railroad's New Canaan branch for about 2 months starting this weekend. The state DOT says the change will affect riders every weekend through June the 7th to allow crews to install new track and perform maintenance. Normal train service will resume each Monday morning. There is one exception. The trains will run a normal schedule over the Memorial Day holiday weekend. A bright fireball streaked across the sky over New Jersey and several other surrounding states yesterday afternoon. The American Meteor Society tracks reported fireballs around the world and says witnesses from 13 of the Garden State's 21 counties saw a bright flash of lights zipping across the sky for several seconds. Aside from New Jersey, reports of the meteor also came into AMS from Connecticut. For the Voice of Connecticut, I'm Laura Feist, WICC.
Thanks, Laura. Brought to you this time around by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for your cooking needs and entertaining essentials, offering expert knife sharpening, too. Give them a call, 203-374-1118, 203-374-1118. Check them out online, kitchen-corner.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Slow going southbound the Turnpike from Stratford 32, heading into Fairfield. Stop and go out of Westport's 18 through Norwalk. 2-car crash right around the Mianus River Bridge southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, right near exit 4. We've got the right lane blocked through that area and heavy delays. Stop and go through New Canaan on the Parkway southbound. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the north. Clear this evening and overnight near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Lori Molnar, Director of Development at the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. I'd like to invite you to our Inspiring Hope Luncheon on May 7th from 12 to 2 p.m. at the Patterson Club in Fairfield. Join us to support the mission's vital work, providing housing, hunger relief, health care, and recovery services to those in need. Our keynote speaker, NBA legend Chris Herron, will share his powerful story of resilience, recovery, and transformation. Together we can make a difference. Reserve your seat or sponsor a table today at bridgeportrescuemission.org.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven uses a 3-dimensional CT scan, which allows precise placement of dental implants and root canal therapy. Their restorative services are designed to improve the function and aesthetics of your smile, as well as your overall oral health. Call Columbia Dental today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
This is where Beacon Falls starts the day. Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Whenever you hear about dental implants, I don't know about you, but for me, I always have that classic thought in my head of the cartoon grandma or grandpa who pop their teeth out, put it in the little glass next to them on their nightstand and go to bed. We have Dr. Philip DeJesus here of DeJesus Dental Group, and I know they have what's called all-on implants. And is that what we're talking about here, Dr. D, or is that maybe a little bit not quite what the implant you're discussing?
What we're talking about is an alternative to that.
Oh, so we don't need to do the jar thing anymore.
We don't need, if you don't want to take your teeth out and put them in a cup at night.
No, I don't.
And put all that goopy glue on to hold them in place and worry about them flying out when you're speaking. There are alternatives, and one of them is called all-on implants. It's where we place 5 or 6 implants in the jawbone, upper or lower, and it replaces up to 12 teeth in a fixed manner, meaning you don't have to take your teeth in and out anymore, and they look, feel, and function just like a natural dentition does, just like your natural teeth.
Wow.
People are amazed by what they get from it. The patients we do this on are probably my happiest patients because it's extremely life-changing.
Yeah. Well, I would think so. And when you talk about patients, not to, I don't want to go HIPAA or anything, but are we talking about older patients or are there people who qualify younger?
So anyone qualifies for this, right? If you're in your 20s to seniors, it doesn't matter. But it's rare that someone in their 20s needs all of their teeth replaced, right? And we're talking about full mouth replacement now. There's still the traditional implant. If you have a single missing tooth, it's simple to do a single tooth replacement with an implant. And it's still a very great way to replace your missing tooth. But let's say you're in your 40s and 50s and you've been going to the dentist every 6 months like you're supposed to and doing everything the dentist says. And every time you go to the dentist, I need another root canal. I need a new crown. I got to replace this crown. And my teeth are decaying. And I've got gum disease around 1. And next thing you know, you lose a tooth. And then you do a single implant there. And you keep doing this chasing your tail kind of therapy over decades.
You're sick of it.
And you get to a point like, man, geez, just take my teeth out. And we don't like to do that, right? We don't want to. I don't want to take anyone's teeth out if they don't need their teeth out.
Right.
But as highly trained dentists, we can look at a case and pretty much determine, like, if someone's in their 40s and 50s and they've been through the gamut and had full mouth reconstruction with porcelain crowns and bridges and root canals, and then it's re-decaying and it has to be redone again, and the prognosis on the second time around is not as good as the first, and we offer these patients an alternative, and that is, let's remove these teeth that keep giving you problems and place implants and put a fixed bridge on top of that, and you're done.
And it's permanent. You're not removing it or anything. You're not maintaining it. They're teeth.
Yeah, you just got to keep them clean like your natural teeth, and see your hygienist. In these cases, we like patients to see their hygienist every 3 months. The more maintenance you put into it,
that's fair.
Like the more you change your oil on your car, the longer it's going to last. So the more, but you're not taking them out. You're smiling and functioning. Probably have the best smile you'll ever have, because it allows us to put the teeth exactly where we want them. And the function is just as good as a natural dentition. And I will tell you, like I said before, my happiest patients are probably my all-on implant patients.
And forgive me, Dr. D, but I don't think I've really seen a lot of local dentists have this option for patients.
Well, I will tell you that it takes an enormous amount of advanced training to be able to offer this type of restorative dentistry to patients, because it's pretty involved, right? We have to take teeth out, we have to place teeth, and we also have to have a good understanding of the engineering and the design process of replacing a full dentition, meaning your whole mouth, right? If someone untrained is doing it or doesn't have a lot of experience, you could run into issues, and then correctable usually, but sometimes not. So just make sure, if you're doing a case like this, to all your listeners out there, is just make sure that the dentist has a lot of years and good experience and training on doing it.
Well, and I mean, and look, this is just me growing up in a household where we have a local business, so family owned. And to me, this is just me personally, but I think there is a huge difference when you're going to local versus, I do know there are a lot of dentistry practices that are kind of going corporate. And I'm not knocking, but to me, I think that there's a difference there. I don't know if you're able to comment on that, but I would think when you're talking about, so life-changing, right, to have an all-on implant, but you're talking about your permanent smile now for the next 40, 50 years in implant form. I'd want to know that it's somebody that's looking at me as a person and not as a, like, patient number 500. You know what I'm saying?
Correct. And you're not alone. A lot of people can actually feel this when they go to these so-called corporate dental offices, right? And some of them are promoting these on TV and come in and do this and that. And then every time you go in, you'll probably see different people and different dentists and different providers. Unfortunately, the corporate world may care a little bit more about their bottom line than the actual patient, whereas the private practitioner, which there are plenty of us out there, really we care about the patients, right? And our results. And we want these patients to be lifelong patients. And I have patients for 30 plus years in my practice. And I love seeing them. It's like family. And you can trust them to do what you ask them to do, and they trust you, right? It's all about that relationship. And some of these corporate environments, you may or may not get that. I don't know. I really haven't been involved in one, but from what I hear from the outside. So.
Well, and the other thing, too, with you, Dr. D, which I know I didn't do an implant. I did Invisalign 3 years ago when I did my smile correction with you. I
remember.
I know, right? You were there, actually. Every single time he was there. But what I also love is that when you go to DeJesus Dental, is you're all in-house. So if I wanted to get an implant done, I don't know about other dentistries, but I do know that a lot of times you're going to be sent elsewhere to get that done. But you can do all this in-house?
We do 99% of everything. We have 6 docs. We have an orthodontist who can do braces or Invisalign. We have a periodontist who can take care of your gums and do implants. We have 3 highly trained general dentists, including myself, who have fellowships in implantology and understand the whole mouth, not just tooth by tooth. You were talking about the old mentality is like, oh, this tooth is fine, I'll just fix this tooth. Meanwhile, understanding that the whole mouth, the whole machine, the whole mechanism is made up of all these things called teeth. Those are all the parts, and the gums, right? And it's all integrated. And when one part isn't functioning properly, you start to get breakdowns of other parts, right? So we look at the whole mouth approach, and we try to do, especially the younger kids, we try to get them early. Like I have a lot of kids I've had since they were like 5 years old, and their dentitions, their teeth are beautiful today because they've listened to us. They've had minimal stuff to do, a couple of fillings here and there, but just their cleanings. And it's great to see that because I see a lot of people, particularly those who haven't been to the dentist in 10, 15 years, they get a little nervous, right? They think they're going to come and say, oh my God, like dentistry. First of all, they didn't go to the dentist for so many years because they're afraid.
Right.
They probably had a bad experience. But I want to tell people that if you're out there you'll see how different dentistry has changed. If you had a bad experience and it kept you away, there's much more comfortable, faster, and less intimidating ways to do things today. So the technology helps, but don't let the memories of those bad experiences hurt you. Just come in. There's so many ways we can help you. There's so many ways we can handle your anxiety. We have sedation techniques. We have anesthesiologists on our team. And I'll be honest with you, most of the time the people come in afraid by their second or third visit, if they're working with me, they're just regular patients now.
Yeah.
They're not afraid anymore.
You also have a killer staff. I mean, I was going to say, you handpick all the people there. I've literally, even when there have been times where I would have something done, I've never met one person. It's not because you're sitting in front of me. Like, it's true. I've never gone to an office space where I literally fell in love in minutes with every person, whoever I've worked with on your staff. They do.
You know?
And they're
I
good
won't
at their
hire them
jobs.
if they don't care.
Right.
You know, our philosophy is that, like, you're not here to get a paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
You're here to change lives. You're here to help people, right? You can get a paycheck anywhere.
Right.
I'll help you get that if that's what you need. But of course, we pay our staff properly. But we just want them to care about what they're doing and the patient in front of them, and then the rest is easy.
Well, if your kids, if anybody in the family needs to have an appointment, especially if you're interested in learning more about their all-on implants at DeJesus Dental, where should people go to book an appointment?
Well, they can go to DeJesusDental.com, or they can call our phone number at 203-372-1220. And we have offices in Bridgeport on the north end near the Trumbull Mall, or we have one in Shelton on River Road right next door to the Sports Center. So convenient off the highway. Come on in. First consultation is free.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Again, DeJesusDental.com. And Dr. D, always a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melissa. Thanks.
All right, we're going to be right back. You're listening to WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Construction right lane northbound Milford on the Connecticut Turnpike right around Schoolhouse Road. So you'll see that there. Some minor delays behind that. Southbound at Stop and Go, Stratford to Bridgeport. Heavier volume in Norwalk. Delays through Stamford. Parkway southbound Stop and Go in Westport. Also heavy coming out of Norwalk into New Canaan. And roadwork set up southbound in Shelton on Route 8. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Clear this evening and tonight, the low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This spring, all of us at WICC are here to bring you the live and local news you need daily. Melissa in the Morning wakes you up at 5 for Connecticut news updates and exclusive interviews. The Lisa Wexler Show starts at 10, where Lisa speaks her mind and wants to hear what's on yours. The latest local news headlines continue at noon on the Download with John and Chris. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is live at 2 for the latest on your ride home. We're live and local all day, every day on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
Stocks are surging and oil prices are plunging after the U.S. and Iran agreed to a ceasefire, which also included Israel, although there's some debate over what the various parameters of that ceasefire actually are. Still, we have a huge rally going across the board, and that's true globally as well for stocks, as Dow futures are up more than 1,200 points, the S&P and NASDAQ up more than 2% apiece. Meanwhile, oil tumbling $18.50, a 16% drop to $94.43 a barrel. It was just at $117 at the height of yesterday's panic. Brent crude in London down $15 to $93.94, while we have interest rates plunging as well as oil prices drop. That takes some of the inflationary sting out of recent moves in oil prices. The yield on the 10-year note 4.23%. Dollar broadly weaker with lower interest rates and a weaker dollar. Gold and silver are surging, with gold up $129 to $4,813 the ounce. Silver up more than $5 to $77.06.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Fairfield County. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, thank you, folks. Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good to hear from Melissa with her little spot there. Polling for Melissa this morning till Friday. She's back on Monday. I'll be back in Connecticut today on Monday, but check out 2 o'clock. We got some good stuff lined up for you there. 203-333-942. Couple of messages I got sent to me here. You can send us messages too at 333-9422. With all due respect, I just want to, if I could, respond to at least one of these now before the news. And we got our pal, Dan Haar coming up, Hearst Connecticut Media. Somebody texted in this morning, and thank you for the text. Always appreciate the messages. Why are you stirring things up with Gino and Stacy? Stacy, Gino Auriemma, and the South Carolina coach. Why are you stirring things up? He didn't hit her, which is correct. He didn't push her, or he didn't throw any chairs. Yes, you are completely right, sir or ma'am. You news people, all you want to do is make something out of nothing. Who cares? Forget about it. Well, individually, you may be right. There may be stuff I don't care about, but this was a huge news story. And you're right to the person who sent this to me about Dawn Staley and Gino Auriemma. In the grand scheme of things, it was a 20 or 30-second argument. There was a lot of fire shown on both sides. And it now with the statement by Dawn Staley yesterday. And like Dawn Staley was very appreciative of Gino's efforts to college basketball. Gino likewise to Dawn Staley's staff, whatever. But you talk about this to this person who texted in, and thank you, appreciate it, because it's a good question. You pose a good question. Why is this a big deal? Coaches argue all the time. Bobby Knight threw a chair once. But here's the thing. The UConn men's and women's basketball teams are pretty much our pro franchises. With all due respect to the new soccer team, with all due respect to the Hartford Yard Goats, with all due respect to the Hartford Wolfpack. And yes, it doesn't mean that college coaches don't get feisty and yell at each other. And maybe, again, we don't know what has been said in the past to certain people about these people that never, trust me, there's something else going on here. But this was a huge story all over. It even made, some network newscasts. But man, in sports talk radio, in all these podcasts, YouTube, TikTok, to the person that sent this in and asked me about it, thank you very much. It's not making a big deal. It was the #1 sports story for 2 or 3 days. And there are a lot of people. Now, some people are like, oh, go Gino, give it to her. But there are other people who are like, hey, UConn represents us, Gino. And it would be the same thing if it was, there are some people who criticize Danny Hurley, too, for the same thing. Because the uniform says Connecticut on it. And not the Knicks or Nets or the Pacers or the Lakers. Because it says Connecticut. There are some people who say, be a little better because that's our state and we pay you. Traffic and weather together right here. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Construction right lane northbound Milford on the Connecticut Turnpike right around Schoolhouse Road. So you'll see that there. Some minor delays behind that. Southbound at Stop and Go, Stratford to Bridgeport. Heavier volume in Norwalk. Delays through Stamford. Parkway southbound Stop and Go in Westport. Also heavy coming out of Norwalk into New Canaan. And roadwork set up southbound in Shelton on Route 8. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the north. Clear this evening and overnight near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Come see and hear Horizons of the Water. It's the Greater Bridgeport Symphony conducted by Maestro Eduardo Leandro on Saturday, April 11th, 7:30 p.m. at the Klein in Bridgeport. Tchaikovsky's Fifth Symphony is a deluge of sound. Cruise the River Moldau and experience Akio's Percussion Concerto. Tickets $21 to $72. Get tickets now at gbs.org. Kids under 19 are free. Call 203-576-0263 for this special offer. That's gbs.org.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code ACTIVE for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ACTIVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill up. That's ACTIVE.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. World leaders are hailing a 2-week ceasefire agreement between the U.S. and Iran. President Trump calls it a big day for world peace. CBS's Imtiaz Tayab from Doha.
It all revolves around the Strait of Hormuz, and it seems like the strait should be open, but we'll have to see if that holds and whether these talks can actually bear fruit and we see an end to this now 6-week war.
Oil prices have plunged below $100. Israel says the fight in Lebanon will go on. Trump-backed Republican Clay Fuller has won a runoff for Marjorie Taylor Greene's congressional seat in Georgia.
You better believe I'm going to go to Capitol Hill and be a warrior for each and every person in this room, and I'm never going to stop fighting for y'all.
Artemis II astronauts on their way home after snapping awe-inspiring photos of the dark side of the moon. Jesse Mitchell.
One named Earthset, depicting the globe dipping behind the moon, and another showing the sun's rays beaming from behind the moon.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Stratford Mayor David Chess is proposing a new budget for the 2026-27 fiscal year. It fully funds the school district's requested 5% increase in the budget, but comes with a specific vision for the future. The mayor is challenging the district leaders to prioritize 2 goals: improving math scores and reestablishing magnet schools in town. Stratford hasn't had a magnet program since 2018, when Stratford Academy was dissolved to avoid laying off 59 teachers. While acting superintendent Heather Borges calls the mayor's vision beautiful, she warns that bringing back magnet programs is a complex, multi-year process involving state approval and significant staffing. For now, there is no funding in this year's budget to launch a new magnet school immediately. A holiday scheduling dispute in Bridgeport could cost the city over $600,000. The Bridgeport City Supervisors Association has filed a complaint against Mayor Ganem's administration, claiming 165 members were forced to work on days they were contractually owed off. These dates include Christmas Eve in 2024 and 25, as well as a federally declared day of mourning for the late President Jimmy Carter. Union attorney Edward Gavin argues the contract clearly grants these holidays, and he is now demanding either back pay or compensatory time off. The Connecticut Department of Labor is scheduled to hold a hearing on the matter May the 4th. A North Haven family is suing Bridgeport Hospital, alleging medical negligence led to the death of their 26-year-old son. Connor Hilton, a Yukon dental student, died in August 2024 after being treated at the hospital's Milford campus. The lawsuit claims Hilton was placed in what their attorney is calling a fake ICU, alleging he was left without proper monitoring, life-saving precautions, or a doctor at his bedside. Representing the family, attorney Joel Faxon called the death an avoidable tragedy that has devastated the local dental community. Bridgeport Hospital, which is owned by Yale New Haven Health, has not yet commented on the pending litigation. Connecticut's bear population is on the move, and conflicts with humans are on the rise. According to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection's 2025 State of the Bears report, black bears are expanding their range well beyond western Connecticut. While incidents of bears breaking into homes dropped to 40 last year, compared to 67 in 2024. DEEP officials investigated 3 separate bear attacks on humans in 2025. Wildlife experts say the overall rise in sightings and encounters is a sign that bears are becoming more comfortable in suburban neighborhoods across the state, and remind residents to secure trash and remove bird feeders to prevent unwanted visitors. Buses will replace weekend train service on Metro North Railroad's New Canaan branch for about 2 months starting this weekend. The state DOT says the change will affect riders every weekend through June the 7th to allow crews to install new track and perform maintenance. Normal train service will resume each Monday morning. There is one exception. The trains will run a normal schedule over the Memorial Day holiday weekend. A bright fireball streaked across the sky over New Jersey and several other surrounding states yesterday afternoon. The American Meteor Society tracks reported fireballs around the world and says witnesses from 13 of the Garden State's 21 counties saw a bright flash of lights zipping across the sky for several seconds. Aside from New Jersey, reports of the meteor also came into AMS from Connecticut. For the Voice of Connecticut, I'm Laura Feist, WICC.
Okay, right, you are Laura, and Laura's news update this time around on the Melissa in the Morning program is brought to you by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Hey, now's the time for that fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks. Nope, just honest, fair pricing. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
It's slow ride southbound from Stratford to Bridgeport this morning on the Turnpike. Also heading in through Norwalk, Stamford, busy ride. Slow in Westport now on the Parkway. Also coming out of Norwalk through New Canaan. And roadwork northbound Turnpike at Schoolhouse Road in Milford and southbound in Shelton around Constitution Boulevard. Right lane is out on Route 8. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Clear this evening and tonight, the low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ned Lamont and the Hartford Clowns have a problem telling the truth. Here's Ned.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
Talk is cheap, Ned, but you know what's not? Our electric bills. Aaron Stewart is the no BS candidate for governor. Aaron knows that 1, Connecticut exports a third of the energy we generate, while we pay the highest prices in New England. That's BS. 2, the Hartford Clowns put a hidden tax on your bill, the public benefits charge. Complete BS. And 3, Ned wants electric leaf blowers instead of gas, so he's importing hydropower from Canada. Really? Canada? Total BS.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive.
I'm Aaron Stewart. I'm running for governor because it's time for something different, like cutting the BS. Only Hartford would ship out the energy we make and ship in expensive Canadian energy. Join me at Aaron4CT.com. I approve this message.
Paid for by Aaron for Connecticut, Valerie Marino, Treasurer.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Need the perfect flowers for any occasion? Trust Cityline Florists, Trumbull's local florist for 108 years and 4 generations. From birthdays to anniversaries to celebrations or just because, Cityline Florists delivers stunning high-quality flowers same day anywhere in the country. Stop by their beautiful gift shop and greenhouse at 2978 Nichols Ave, Trumbull, or order online at citylineflorist.com. Cityline Florists, making life's moments bloom since 1918.
If you've got a smartphone, then you've got the voice of Connecticut. Search for our free app in your smartphone. Back to Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hey there, good morning at 9:38, almost 9:39, 21 before the top of the hour at 10. The world-famous Lisa Wexler Show, top of the hour. At 10, Paul in for Melissa. Midweek Wednesdays every day on my little extravaganza. Every Wednesday at 5:15, we have this gentleman on. A lot of people love this guy. A lot of people hate this guy. A lot of people read him, though, either way, because he's right up there. Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media, senior editor and columnist. Dan, I get to say good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. What exactly, is the sun up yet? Good. This is
Oh,
great.
come on. Come on.
So you mean if I've already done one meeting today. If I stay on the phone,
yeah,
that means on the line. That means I'll be on the Lisa Wexler show.
Well, no, she's coming up after me. I know you've been on with her, but I gotta. This is called promoting the rest of the day in radio lingo. You know what I mean? This is called forward promotion. Yeah, but I guess if you want to hang on for another 40 minutes. She might talk to you. I don't know. She'll talk.
No, we're good here.
Okay. Boy, Dan, you and I were chatting online last night what to talk about. There are a lot of stuff going on. I want to ask you about this. You have been a little critical of the homeschooling bill, saying that, just do the basics here and then. And now we have another report, Dan, of sadly, a young girl who was killed, and there's investigations still going on, and yet she said she was being homeschooled. Do you think, Dan Haar, this adds a little fuel to the fire of some people who want DCF involved in a bill like that? What do you think?
Maybe, but I think all along the problem with the bill was not DCF's involvement. It was the involvement of the state and the local school boards in curriculum. Mm-hmm. And I've said before, and I'll say again, that the DCF involvement, just knowing who you are, that homeschooling is not an onerous burden. Red states do it. Lots of states do it. And yes, it may increase calls. I agree with critics who say that those are not homeschoolers and that they're just, and tightening up homeschoolers because of abuse by people and crimes by people who are not homeschoolers, tragedies, is not the way to go. Nonetheless, I think we already have a case that there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, we're here, we're homeschooling. I don't think that's too onerous a burden. That other piece of it is the part that has to go, and I haven't seen any progress on the bill. It's obviously in the 3-week backroom negotiation period.
Yeah. We're starting now to tick down. When's the gavel out date? I think May 4th or May 5th, something like that. So what do you see, Dan, as interesting as we kind of start to wind down the short session here, which is normally just kind of a budget tweak here and there session, which they are doing, but there's a lot of other bills for a lot of other serious ideas here. What do you find is interesting there? What are you hearing?
Yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen whether anything significant is done on environment and the we see the bottle 10-cent thing, and it's not just tweaking on the budget. The budget, of course, is the big thing because we're running out of big surpluses on the operating side, and that's going to really change the picture, I think, significantly. But it's just we're going to have to pick and choose between all these different bills that came out, and very few of them are going to actually pass. That homeschooling one, for example, probably, if I had to guess, I'd say they're going to punt it to next year.
The governor has had to withdraw a couple of names for judgeships here. One gentleman had a disturbing the peace arrest and his ability to perform or not as far as where he was legally cleared to do law. Dan, it's 2026. Do they not do background checks on some of these people and say, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this because this could be a problem? Were you surprised about those two nominations that had to be yanked or not?
Well, they're two completely separate things, right? The Jeff Beckham question was about him not having worked as a lawyer in a court, right? That wasn't about his qualifications per se as a lawyer, right? And Lamont gave the sort of strong defense of him after the fact and said, well, he's exactly the type of public servant, and he had to use a lot of judgment in his various jobs. Obviously, Jeff Beckham was the most prominent, the most powerful appointed official in Connecticut. That's what the Secretary of OPM is. And so to say he can't be a judge, well, okay, that's the judgment of some people. But the operating point there is that Lamont didn't fight hard for him. Representative John Shaban, or is it Shaban? I only know how to spell
Me
it.
neither.
That was one, and that was one where it was more about the plethora of these things. He had let his license slip in New York because he failed to update a credential. He had had, as you said, the disturbing. Not a big deal.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. But to me, the bigger issue that people are missing is that an enormous number of judges in Connecticut, appointees for judgeships and ultimately judges, come from within the state system. And I think that's something that needs to be looked at in the longer term. They are either former elected officials or they are former bureaucrats, in many cases high-ranking former bureaucrats. And that's fine, but it's a pretty high percentage. Do we have a private sector?
Yeah, it is. It is. Dan Haar joining us, Hearst Connecticut Media. Dan, let's talk some basketball. Before we go to your opinion, because I know you have somewhat of a sports background, too, on Gino Auriemma and Dawn Staley. Mr. Blumenthal says, hey, he's not going to take this sale and move pending of the Connecticut Sun to Houston, sitting down or lying down. He wants answers, more answers, proposing this or that. Your thoughts on that? I mean, you and I have talked about this. It's a professional franchise. They go where the revenue is. But what are your thoughts on what Mr. Blumenthal has said?
Well, I had a sports background, but I could only move to the left, and I had a lousy outside shot. The senator is right by all accounts, and by looking at what the rules say. The leagues have antitrust exemption for things like TV contracts and labor agreements, not for dictating where the teams go. That said, even if Tillman Fertitta, the owner of the Houston Rockets, who benefited from this steering, was not a $2 million donor to Donald Trump and was not the sitting ambassador to Italy, it would be a long, 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 long shot, as evidenced by the fact that even Attorney General William Tong is sitting this one out.
Yeah.
That
tells you something.
Yeah, I mean, look, these are activist attorney generals. Of course, Blumenthal, the former attorney general, and Tom. These are activist public servants, and they've been consistent and I think logical. In this one, I think he's right, but there's just absolutely no chance this is going to go anywhere.
All right, two more things before we get to finish up on one of your favorite topics, leaf blowers. Are we? I've been getting messages this morning saying, "Hey, lay off the Gino Auriemma, Dawn Staley thing. It's enough. Coaches do that." And all right, Dan, maybe, but when you represent the state with Gino, despite all his cataclysmic success out there and how great he is, people reading too much into this or not?
I think the backlash has been appropriate, but as Dawn Staley said in a very classy statement, it's time to move on now. It's done. And she issued that statement, I think, yesterday, which is a great statement. I have no gripe, no beef with anything that's been said about Gino. He messed up. He shouldn't have done what he did. Now we should move on. It's not going to taint, as she said in her statement, it should not and will not taint his unbelievable career of 25 Final Fours.
Yeah, and finally, it's your favorite. You sent me a note saying that you're happy, you're enjoying spring gas blower season. What is that? What's going on with that?
Yeah, it used to only be in the fall that I couldn't go outside during the morning hours in the weekday, middle of the week.
Yeah.
Now it's apparently the spring cleanup. I saw people out yesterday, firms, landscaping companies.
Yeah.
They were just blowing a few leaves around. This is nuts. This is bananas. Folks, attention, lawn lovers. It's good for your lawn to actually rake in the spring. It's called thatching. And you know what doesn't thatch? A leaf blower.
Yes, yeah. And Dan, finally,
there's got to be. There really, all kidding aside, there really does have to be some kind of legislation about this.
Yeah.
And if the towns don't do it, the state should step in. No, the state should not step in. But if the towns don't act, the state will.
Dan Haar, Hearst Connecticut Media senior editor and columnist. Dan, thank you. Have a happy week, and we'll chat down the road. Thank you, sir.
Have a great one.
All right, thanks. Dan Haar there. Never short. A lot of people, I love having Dan on because a lot of people love him. They read his columns. They say, oh, he's good at Haar. He's a good progressive voice or normal voice in this nutty world of right-wingers. And then some people read him and say, oh, I can't stand that guy. He's out of step. So that's it. But my whole thing with gas blowers and thatching and raking, seriously, I'm being completely serious here. Did they when did leaf raking become, because I'm sure for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, the leaves, they fell on the ground and nobody raked them. Do you think there was some guy grunting to a Tyrannosaurus Rex, hey, could you move your right foot, which is the size of my house, because I have to rake these leaves? No. Did the founding fathers, did Ben Franklin tell George, hey, George, well, I got to go. What's the matter, man? I got to go home and rake the leaves. What is this leaf raking thing? Traffic and weather together right here, right now on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
It's slow ride southbound from Stratford to Bridgeport this morning on the Turnpike. Also heading in through Norwalk, Stamford, busy ride. Slow in Westport now on the Parkway. Also coming out of Norwalk through New Canaan. And roadwork northbound Turnpike at Schoolhouse Road in Milford and southbound in Shelton around Constitution Boulevard. Right lane is out on Route 8. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the north. Clear this evening and overnight near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
Shopping Anyway connects those who ask, how can I help? With those who say, here's what we need. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Always know what your favorite cause needs. Download the app at shoppinganyway.com. And nonprofits, please join us on Thursday, April 30th from 8 to 10 a.m. at our host, Connoisseur Media in Milford, for a free event, Stronger Together, a nonprofit resource open house. Register at brbc.org or milfordct.com. Shopping Anyway, because a lot of people helping a little helps a lot.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Go to voiceofct.com and click on contests. Enter to win tickets to see the Brad Meldau Trio perform at Ridgefield Playhouse Saturday, May 16th. Tickets on sale now.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
All right, we'll talk more about this tomorrow. But if you go to our Facebook page or go to the Milford Police Department Facebook page, they are telling people that they're getting ready to start issuing fines regarding the speed cameras that are up in the city of Milford. And again, they're telling you there's 6 spots where the cameras are. So, again, you're being warned by the Milford Police. One's on the Post Road, one's on Woodruff Road. There are 4 school zones. They say the warnings are ending soon, and the fines are going to begin. We'll talk about this more tomorrow in detail. Maybe you're not online, you're not on Facebook, and admittedly, that's tough because a lot of people don't use Facebook. All right, let's finish it up today. Lisa Wexler up next. Rich in Connecticut. Hello, Rich. How are you, sir?
Hey, Goomba, Goomasta.
What's up? Hey, meds on meds. What do you got?
I just want to say, I was reading up and listening that the comrade and governor that we have here in communist Connecticut.
Comrade, yes.
Yeah, he is the comrade.
All right.
He's a party. But anyway, my thing is,
all right.
I picked up where they picked up $500 million of tax money, and they put it in like a slush fund. Why can't he use that towards our budget?
Well, and Rich, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it. Here's the idea. See, this, man, I only have about a minute and change left. You're right. There's a lot of consternation as to the few $100 million that's been set aside. I think Rich is referring to the money they're going to spend to replace, I guess, Trump administration cuts. Rich, you might have been referring to that. Listen, the budgeting process is actually very structured. Thanks to Republicans, by the way. Back in 2017, the guardrails that Ned Lamont always talks about, who do you think put those guardrails in? It was Ned Lamont, all the Republicans, and 1 or 2 fiscally conservative Democrats in the General Assembly and in the state house there. So, Rich, thank you. Yeah, there's a $500 million fund being set aside, I guess, for other expenses there for nonprofits, and again, for what they claim has been cut, I believe, from the Trump White House. But that's just, well, listen, the good thing is all of this is going to be hashed out in the campaign. So all I'm telling you people out there is this, and understand that whomever ends up in the governor's mansion, whether it's Ned Lamont again, or Ryan Fazio, or Betsy McCoy, or Aaron Stewart, it is the people that legislate that have more power than the governor. So what I don't want you to do is say, well, I may like X, Y, and Z for governor. I'm unhappy, so I'm voting X, Y, and Z for governor. All right. But you keep voting for the same member of the state house and state senate who maybe, I'm not saying they are, but they may be casting votes that are actually making you, well, how did Lamont do that? Well, he didn't add this. It's members of his own party. Or why didn't the Republicans do this or this and the other? So again, I know it's tedious, but you can go online. You can find out, hey, I live at so-and-so road in Milford or New Haven or Fairfield or what. Okay. All right, so she or he's my state rep or state senate member. Okay. All right, let's see now. Let me see. How did they vote on that? Oh, wait a minute. I've known this guy for years. I've known her for years, and they voted for more of this green energy stuff that I don't agree with. Wait a minute. They voted to keep the public benefits charge. So again, you can be angry at the governor, but you have to understand the General Assembly guys and gals. Yep, Eric, the producer, thank you. We had Laura on news this morning. Thank you, Laura. Paul on the weather, Norm on traffic. We're all back tomorrow, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 5. See you later.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The new Iran ceasefire has markets soaring almost 3% this morning. The Dow is up more than 1,200 in early trading. NASDAQ's ahead 636. Oil has plunged below $95. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is giving President Trump credit for the agreement to pause fighting for 2 weeks.
He chose mercy. He spared those targets because Iran accepted the ceasefire under overwhelming pressure.
Joint Chiefs Chair General Dan Kane says the